Chapter 1375. Source Sect. The second young master of the Shao clan has also broken through to the Source Sect. When the aura unfurled from Shao Chuheng's body, the expressions of the passers-by on the street changed in an instant. Cries of surprise could not help but ring out one after another as countless astonished gazes turned towards the latter. "I've heard that you're also a Source Sect expert. It just so happens that this young master has just broken through, and has yet to find someone to spar with. Today, I'll start with you." Shao Chuheng smiled faintly when he felt the astonished gazes from the surroundings. Soon after, his expression abruptly turned cold as he abruptly clenched his fist. A formidable force formed in his palm in the blink of an eye. His foot stomped on the ground as his body instantly appeared in front of Shao Yan like a bolt of lightning. Formidable claw winds viciously swept towards Shao Yan like an inescapable net, the formidable force tearing pitch-black scars in the invisible space around them. In the face of Shao Chuheng's unhesitatingly ferocious attack, Shao Yan took half a step back. The tip of his foot gently pushed off the ground as he began to perform a mysterious footwork in the short distance between the two of them. He had used an extremely bizarre movement technique to completely dodge Shao Chuheng's countless claw winds. "Not bad speed, but speed alone is useless in front of me." Shao Chuheng's eyes involuntarily froze for a moment when he saw that Shao Yan had managed to dodge his attack. Soon after, he let out an icy chuckle. As his foot stepped forward, an invisible stream of wind unfurled around his body. His figure was completely submerged in the invisible stream of wind as he pounced towards Shao Yan like a phantom. Wind-ripping hand. As the wind swirled around him, Shao Chuheng's speed undoubtedly increased significantly. His 10 fingers curled into claws, and as the wind wrapped around him, the wind around his claws abruptly changed. Genesis Chi rapidly gathered between his palms, and wherever his claws passed, the invisible space was torn apart as sharp sonic booms rang out. Shao Chuheng's sudden increase in speed and attack caused the expressions of quite a number of people present to change. He was after all the second young master of the Shao clan. This kind of technique was rarely seen in the outside world. Forget about this wind-ripping hand, even the strange agility do technique that he had used earlier was something that was rarely seen in the outside world. However, it was something that he could easily use. Even so, all of this appeared much more ordinary in Shao Yan's eyes. At the end of the day, Shao Chuheng was merely a one-star origin zone. Without even mentioning the suppression in terms of cultivation, Shao Yan believed that he would be able to easily defeat Shao Chuheng with a single hand given his current battle power. This mysterious movement technique that would appear dazzling in the eyes of ordinary people was completely useless in the face of Shao Yan's powerful spirit power. Shao Yan's expression remained indifferent as he watched Shao Chuheng draw closer and closer. With a wave of his sleeve, surging Genesis Chi wrapped around it. Like a metal plate, it landed on Shao Chuheng's palm at an extremely tricky angle, instantly neutralizing the powerful wind from the claw. Such a precise and tricky attack would still be acceptable if it was only once. However, it was able to completely neutralize the force from the claw with the same strength and technique at the same position each time. It was likely that no one of the same generation as Shao Chuheng would be able to accomplish such a feat. However, it was extremely easy for Shao Yan, who possessed spirit power that far surpassed Shao Chuheng's. Bang bang bang. Every time the two of them collided, Shao Chuheng's expression would turn a little uglier. This was especially so when Shao Chuheng retreated after dozens of exchanges. The expression on his face was completely replaced by a solemn one. On both of his palms, there were 2 identical bloodstains that pierced his heart and caused him to feel pain. The consecutive attacks had failed to cause even the slightest bit of damage to Shao Yan, and had even been easily received by the latter in such a relaxed manner. Such a dramatic outcome involuntarily caused Shao Chuheng's face to twitch. The gazes of the surrounding passers-by gradually turned strange, while their originally extremely ugly expressions grew even more ashen. "You and I are both from the origin sect. I don't believe that you can be any stronger." Shao Chuheng's face gradually turned gloomy. As he uttered those words in a low voice, he suddenly took a step back. He quickly raised both of his hands to his chest and linked his fingers together. As his fingertips overlapped, a green curtain condensed in the void around him. Wind God's fury. With a low cry, the dozen green curtains around him swiftly formed. Waves of cool wind blew over for no apparent reason in the sky above his head. As it flowed, it actually faintly formed an enormous illusory figure. It was accompanied by a frightening aura as it stood behind Xiao Chuhang. The expressions of quite a number of people present instantly changed when this illusory figure was formed. Numerous shocked gazes watched the scene in front of them. Some of them had even retreated into the distance. Their eyes were filled with a grave expression. Wind God's fury. This fellow is crazy. Is he trying to destroy this street? Numerous exclamations sounded one after another. Some of the experts who had some understanding of the situation could no longer be bothered about anything else. Their bodies swiftly rushed towards the distant street. Once the might of the wind god's fury erupted, it was likely that this street would be destroyed in an instant. Buzz. Almost at the same time, the few guards of the Shao clan who were patrolling in the sky above a building deep within Shao City also discovered the great commotion. After discovering that someone was actually using the wind god's fury, the expressions of many of them changed slightly. Immediately, they hurriedly moved their bodies, transforming into a couple of lightning bolts that swiftly flew towards Xiao Yan's group. At this moment, waves of frightening wind pressure spread out from within the illusory figure as the illusory figure behind Xiao Chuhang gradually solidified. The strength of the wind pressure actually caused the shops on both sides of the street to sway. Even the street where Xiao Yan's group was currently located trembled slightly. This is a Grand Dao skill? Sensing the powerful aura emitted from the illusory figure, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He was a little curious in his heart. From the way Xiao Chuhang had mobilized the Grand Dao of Wind, the formation of this illusory figure seemed to be a Grand Dao skill. However, there seemed to be a slight difference. Although this difference was extremely vague, Xiao Yan was still able to distinguish it with his sharp senses. It was also at this moment that numerous sonic booms swiftly rushed over from the sky above the distant building. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the sky above the street where Xiao Yan's group was located. Seeing this, Xiao Yan curled his mouth and smiled. From the looks of it, there was no need for him to take action. Chapter 1376. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head as his gaze swept across the figures that were rapidly flying over from afar. Xiao Yan was indeed one of the three great clans. Their foundation was indeed not something that an ordinary faction could compare with. Just the strength of these people had already reached the Origin Emperor level. One of them had even stepped into the Origin Zone level, a level higher than Xiao Yan. Just the cultivation of the clan guards had already reached such a level. It was not difficult to imagine how strong the Shao clan's foundation was. On the roofs on both sides of the street and in the sky, over a dozen Shao clan guards wearing similar robes were solemnly looking at Xiao Chuhang, who was crazily condensing a huge illusory figure in front of them. Their brows were tightly knitted together, especially when they sensed the powerful energy aura that permeated from the illusory figure. Their expressions became even more solemn. Their gazes swept across Xiao Yan's group, who had a calm expression on their faces on the other side of the street. They could not help but feel a little surprised in their hearts. Who was this person that could actually make the second young master of the Shao clan, who was used to being arrogant and domineering, so furious that he had even unleashed the fury of the wind god? However, based on the current situation, they did not have the time to bother about Xiao Yan's group. If they did not hurry up and stop Xiao Chuhang, it was likely that a disaster would occur in this place. Once the commotion was too great, it would not be a good thing for them or Xiao Chuhang. Young Master Chu, fighting is strictly prohibited in Shao City. You have already violated the rules earlier. Please stop immediately. A middle-aged man slowly stepped out from the group. He frowned and cupped his hands together towards Xiao Chuhang as he spoke in a solemn tone. They had noticed the commotion that had occurred here since long ago. However, they had a rather good understanding of Xiao Chuhang's character. Coupled with the fact that both sides didn't attack too heavily, they didn't pay any attention to it. However, they never expected that the situation would develop to such an extent, and they had no choice but to pay attention to it. All battles were strictly prohibited in Shao City. This was a rule set by the Shao clan. Previously, Shao Chuhang had attacked Shao Yan first, which was already considered a violation of the rules. Now that he had unleashed the wrath of the wind god, once it was fully condensed, the energy contained within it would erupt, and it was likely that the surrounding area would be affected. At that time, not to mention the guards present here would be punished by the higher-ups, even Shao Chuhang would not be able to avoid being reprimanded by the clan. Since when is it your turn to care about how I do things? Shao Chuhang did not seem to care in the slightest when he heard this. An icy snort was emitted from his nose as the rage in his heart surpassed his rationality. He continued to gather the Genesis chi in his body with all his might, causing the giant illusory figure behind him to grow increasingly corporeal under the frantic infusion of Genesis chi. Its powerful aura caused the expressions of the guards present to turn grave. Amongst them, with the exception of the middle-aged man who was a Genesis ancestor, the others were all Genesis emperors. They were naturally no match for Shao Chuhang's wrath of the wind god. In fact, even the middle-aged man did not have the confidence to completely receive Shao Chuhang's attack. As members of the Shao clan, they naturally had a good understanding of wind god's wrath's power. Although Shao Chuhang had just broken through to the Genesis ancestor stage, with the support of wind god's wrath and his great Tao of wind, even a 2-star Genesis ancestor might not be able to receive his full power. These are the clan rules. I hope that young Master Chu will abide by them. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the consequences if the elders blame you. The middle-aged man's tone was a little solemn. Can't bear the consequences? Then let them talk to my big brother. I'm interested to see who exactly is the one who can't bear the consequences. As for now, all of you scram. Shao Chuhang angrily snorted. As his words rang out, his body abruptly jerked as the giant illusory figure behind him completely condensed. Bzz. At this moment, a powerful wind pressure once again gushed out from the virtual image, forming a hurricane that swept out in all directions with Shao Chuhang as the center. Seal the battlefield, we must minimize our losses. The expressions of the dozen or so guards around them immediately changed upon seeing this. The middle-aged man hurriedly cried out an order and immediately waved his hand. The remaining people around him swiftly nodded in response. Their figures swiftly withdrew, spreading out to a certain distance. Vast Genesis chi frantically surged out, agglomerating together to form a huge light barrier that sealed Shao Yan's group and Shao Chuhang within. Kid, it's your honor to die under Wind God's wrath. After Wind God's wrath was completed, a sinister smile involuntarily appeared on Shao Chuhang's face when he saw that the Shao Yan trio was completely still. Soon after, he flipped his right hand and lifted it upwards. The illusory figure behind him also lifted its giant hand into the air as boundless energy gathered in its palm. Soon after, it slammed down on the Shao Yan trio. Bzz. An extremely terrifying aura of destruction spread under the giant hand. The frightening wind pressure made it difficult for one to move. Just a glance at the giant hand was enough to make one feel fear in one's heart. An ordinary person would likely not even have the courage to fight against it. The hand fell from the sky, causing space to crumble along the way. Countless giant spatial cracks were torn open, as if even the world was about to be shattered by this palm. The might of Wind God's wrath is indeed well deserved. Outside of the battleground, some of the stronger practitioners had pale faces as they watched this scene in the battleground. Just the aura that leaked out was already so terrifying. It was difficult to imagine just how terrifying it would be if this palm were to land. Moreover, this palm alone was not the entirety of Wind God's fury's strength. Wind God's wrath shocks the world. Kid, go and die. At this moment, Shao Chuhang involuntarily let out a cold laugh. The ferocious expression on his face became even more pronounced. The fact that Shao Yan was able to force him to such an extent was undoubtedly akin to giving the prideful Shao Chuhang a cold slap. However, as long as this palm landed, all the grievances that he had suffered today would disappear without a trace. At this moment, the dozen over Shao clan guards were looking at Shao Yan's group with pity in their eyes. At this moment, they no longer had the chance to resist. Among the three of them, it was likely that only the leader, the black-robed young man, had the slightest chance of survival. Even so, it was likely that the outcome would not be good. On the battlefield, Xiao Yan finally shook his head slowly as countless gazes gathered on him. He sighed softly. Originally, he had hoped that these guards would be able to get rid of the trouble in front of him. However, looking at the current situation, he had no choice but to personally deal with it. Xiao Yan's footsteps gently stepped forward. He raised his head and looked at the enormous palm that was falling toward him. His eyes were indifferent. A thought passed through his heart and a dazzling golden glow suddenly surged out from within his body. In an instant, it transformed into a giant with a golden glow flowing over its body. A bright red flame shrouded it as it suddenly threw a punch forward, violently smashing into the enormous palm. Chapter 1377. Die. With a sinister laugh, Xiao Chuheng stared at the body that was like an ant under the huge palm as killing intent surged in his heart. Noisy, Xiao Yan merely let out an indifferent sound in the face of this. His expression was indifferent. A thought passed through his mind and the King Kong body was agglomerated in the blink of an eye. With Xiao Yan's familiarity with the giant elephant skill, he only needed a thought to use it now. The bright red lotus karmic flame surged up at the same time all the strength in his body gathered at this moment. It covered his golden body, causing it to appear just like a fiery red sun. The heat contained an explosive strength. Immediately after, he fiercely punched forward. The gigantic crimson fist shadow brought about a terrifying scorching strength chi as it forcefully broke through the invisible space. Wherever the fist passed, it would explode like never before. In addition to the burning of the heavenly fire, the pitch-black space was constantly distorting, and waves of sharp and ear-piercing sonic booms also spread out like thunder. In the face of Xiao Yan's volcanic eruption-like ferocious attack, the empty space in front of him had completely collapsed in an instant. Compared to the frightening wind pressure that was brought about by the enormous hand, the might of this punch could be said to be even greater than the latter. Almost at the same time, a hint of seriousness involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Chuheng's originally ferocious face. Immediately, he hardened his heart, and while his face was filled with ferocity, the power of the palm that landed also became more and more tyrannical. Wind God's fury, break for me. Soon after, under the countless number of gazes outside of the arena, the huge palm that was like a meteorite that had descended from the heavens finally arrived. After which, it heavily collided with the huge fist that seemed to burn the heavens. Rumble. The terrifying collision was like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, an earth-shattering sound erupted. Even the entire street that was sealed off began to tremble violently. However, soon after, the terrifying energy that he had imagined did not sweep out. Instead, it rapidly compressed at the point where the two energies collided. The space caved in and actually formed a strange vortex that sucked in all the energy in the surrounding space and condensed it into a ball. Once one of the two was unable to endure, this energy would be instantly broken through by the other party and unleash an even more ferocious attack. At this moment, whoever was the first to give up would have to bear the impact of this energy. To think that they have actually fought to such an extent, the expressions of the Shao clan guards outside the arena were ugly when they saw this grim situation. Putting aside the fact that a battle had occurred in Shao City, Xiao Chuheng had actually fallen into such a dangerous situation. Regardless of the outcome of today's matter, it was likely that this group of people would receive quite a great reprimand. At this moment, Xiao Chuheng's expression had also rapidly turned grave. He did not expect that even with the might of the wind god's fury, he was actually unable to break Xiao Yan's attack in an instant. At this moment, if both parties continued to drag this out, it was likely that it would be extremely difficult to determine the outcome. The fastest method now was likely to be to go all out and fight. While this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Chuheng took advantage of the fact that Xiao Yan had yet to make a move to narrow his eyes. A ruthless glint flickered within his eyes. Immediately, the expression on his face suddenly turned dark. He suddenly flipped his left hand and the illusory image behind him once again threw a palm forward. It was accompanied by a ferocious wind that ruthlessly smashed towards the spot where the two collided. Is it going to end? The crowd outside the arena looked at the situation within the battle circle. While they were feeling anxious, they also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This battle had finally ended. If this continued, they were really worried that the energy barrier set up by the Shao clan guards would not be able to withstand it. Under countless gazes, the huge palm once again descended. Immediately, it carried an overwhelming wind pressure as it ruthlessly imprinted itself on the spot where the two collided. Buzz! In an instant, a buzzing trembling sound was suddenly emitted. A frightening wind pressure carried an incomparably oppressive aura as it heavily pressed down. The street below also had an enormous cracked line formed from the pressure. It spread all the way to Xiao Yan's feet before coming to a stop. At the same time, the enormous energy that was gathered within the swirl also began to tremble violently at this moment. From the looks of it, the ending appeared to have already appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Is this brat unable to hold on any longer? After all, his opponent is the second young master of the Shao clan. Moreover, he has even used the wind god's fury. Even though he has lost this battle, it is still an honorable defeat. At this moment, the scene that appeared on the battlefield caused quite a number of people to cry out in surprise. Everyone clearly understood that the collision before them was already the final fight between them. Whoever was the first to give in would likely be the first to be defeated here. Die! Xiao Chuhang roared. The powerful energy contained in his two palms completely erupted at this moment. It suddenly charged forward. At the same time, the surging energy gathered in the whirlpool was about to explode at this moment. However, it was under this kind of situation and under the focus of a countless number of gazes that Xiao Yan suddenly withdrew his fist and removed his only defense. Is this fellow courting death? Outside the arena, exclamations sounded once again. Wasn't such an action no different from courting death? Without any resistance, Xiao Chuhang's attack would completely land on his body. In addition to the energy of heaven and earth that was attracted over, once it exploded, there was no chance for him to survive. As expected, the moment Xiao Yan withdrew his fist, Xiao Chuhang's two palms suddenly fell. At the same time, the terrifying energy gathered in between his palms also erupted at this moment. Ha! However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan's fist, which he had just pulled back an instant ago, suddenly shot forward in a lightning-like manner with a kind of swift and fierce speed that was difficult to imagine. At the same time that a low cry erupted from Xiao Yan's mouth, one could only hear a muffled bang sound. The huge fist, which was covered by a flame, actually violently penetrated the energy that was about to explode under everyone's shocked gazes. At the same time, it heavily smashed into the space between Xiao Chuhang's two palms. The wild and violent energy also turned into a bright red flame pillar at this moment and suddenly erupted. In merely an instant, it penetrated the enormous illusionary image behind Xiao Chuhang. Immediately, it collided with the enormous energy barrier that covered this entire area, emitting a wave of heavy bell-like sound. This punch, Xiao Chuhang's full-force attack, was forcefully blasted apart by the latter in an unbelievable manner. From the beginning until the end, Xiao Chuhang was not even able to display the slightest bit of strength that he should have. This battle could be said to be absurd. The Do technique is not bad. Unfortunately, it is not mature enough. The golden light scattered, revealing the black-robed Xiao Yan under it. His posture was the same as before, and his face was the same as before. It was as though what had happened a moment ago had nothing to do with him as he softly spat out this comment. Immediately, he smiled at the two people behind him, lifted his leg, and walked to the end of the street. It was also at this moment that, "Sir, please wait a moment." Chapter 1378. In the arena, the middle-aged man's body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xiao Yan and the other two and said with a smile, "You want to capture me?" Xiao Yan's footsteps paused. His tone seemed to be casual as he spoke. However, the middle-aged man could clearly sense the slight change in the aura on Xiao Yan's body. He hurriedly cupped his hands together and said, "Mister, you have misunderstood. Mister, you have misunderstood. It is normal for two people to win or lose in a spar. I have no reason to take action because of this. However, the battle between the two of you today has taken place in Shao City. This is against the rules of Shao City. Therefore, I would like to ask Mr. to follow me and explain this matter to the elder before leaving. Shao Yan lowered his eyelids when he heard this. His eyes flickered. In other words, this fellow wanted to bring him to the Shao clan. This way, he might be able to avoid some trouble. As this thought flashed across Shao Yan's mind, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his mouth and spoke again just as Shao Yan was about to reply. Mister, you don't have to worry about this trip. After all, my Shao clan is a reputable force on the continent. We definitely won't do something like threatening revenge. I guarantee that as long as you explain the cause and effect of this matter, I will personally accompany you and send you out safely. There is no need to escort me. Let's go. After making up his mind, Shao Yan smiled and spoke to the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. A smile surfaced on his face. Regardless of the outcome of this matter, with Shao Yan around, the pressure on him would be reduced. Moreover, this matter was mainly Shao Chuhang's fault. It was likely that the elders would act according to their discretion. The middle-aged man once again cupped his hands together towards Shao Yan. Soon after, he waved his hand towards the other guards. A few figures immediately flew towards the pale-faced Shao Chuhang. Not only was the wind god's fury instantly destroyed after receiving Shao Yan's all-powerful punch, but the current Shao Chuhang was also seriously injured. If no one supported him, it was likely that he would not even have the strength to stand. On the other hand, Shao Yan was led by the middle-aged man and headed to the Shao clan with Bai Hua. The group of people flew above Shao City and looked at the towering wall at the end of the street from afar. Shao Yan's emotions couldn't help but heat up slightly at this moment. Although they had experienced many dangers along the way, in the end, they had still arrived here. After a while, Shao Yan's group of 4 stood at the end of the street. This place was a small square. The broken stone steps came to an abrupt stop over 100 steps away. The ground was paved with green stones that were as smooth as a mirror. If one were to look down from here, one would be able to see the entire Shao City. The continuous number of pavilions were just like a mountain range that extended outwards. The enormous city was just like a huge beast that sat here. At this moment, in front of Shao Yan's group was a huge arched door. There weren't any walls on either side of the arched door, nor were there any alleys. At a glance, it looked very natural. However, in this seemingly empty space, Shao Yan could clearly sense that there was an astonishing spatial fluctuation faintly emitting from the space. An invisible force was standing on both sides of the arched door, forming a spatial barrier that blocked everything in front of him. There was also a special pressure that seemed to be looking down on them. A thought passed through Shao Yan's mind. An invisible spiritual strength spread out and pressed against the invisible wall. Immediately, a shocking rebounding force shot out. At the same time that Shao Yan's spiritual strength was reflected, it also caused his spirit to be shaken until he felt a little giddy. What a sturdy spatial barrier! Surprise flashed across Shao Yan's eyes as he steadied his mind. He could not help but feel a little apprehensive. Behind him, Bai Hua's expression also changed slightly. Evidently, she had sensed the extraordinariness of this spatial barrier. Only Lien looked at the huge arched door in front of her with a flawless expression. Her beautiful eyes revealed traces of curiosity. This spatial barrier was personally reinforced by the successive clan leaders of our Shao clan. It is enough to withstand the full force attack of an origin venerate. It is impossible for an ordinary origin zone to break it. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "It can withstand the full force attack of an origin venerate?" Shao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. He clicked his tongue in admiration. As expected of one of the 3 great clans of the Middle region. Such a foundation was indeed far from what an ordinary faction could compare with. Shao Yan and the rest slowly shifted their gazes away from the invisible barrier. Soon after, they looked towards the arched door in front of them. At the center of the arched door was a distorted space. Only by passing through this space would they be considered to have truly entered the Shao clan. Two old men were currently seated on both sides of the arched door. One of them indifferently glanced at the few people in front of him. His gaze paused on Lien, and Bai Hua for a moment. Soon after, his gaze landed on Xiao Yan. He sized him up and a look of surprise flashed across the depths of his old eyes. An origin venerate expert. While the old man was sizing up Xiao Yan and the other two, Xiao Yan's gaze also swept back and forth between the two old men. Immediately, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although the two old men looked ordinary, the pressure that was faintly discernible from their bodies was not any weaker than Bai Rong's. They were clearly two experts who had stepped into the origin venerate stage. The group arrived in front of the two old men. The middle-aged man took a step forward and respectfully cupped his hands towards the two old men. After explaining the reason, the old man indifferently raised his hand. Immediately, the distorted space behind them immediately transformed into a path. The middle-aged man turned his head and nodded at Xiao Yan and the other two before taking the lead to enter. Behind him, Xiao Yan lifted his head and looked at the huge arched door in front of him with a slightly heated gaze. Ancestor Xiao Xian, I am coming. The three of them quietly muttered in their hearts. Only then did they follow the middle-aged man's footsteps and disappear into the distorted space. After Xiao Yan and the rest entered the distorted space, the two old men outside the door involuntarily opened their deep eyes. They looked at each other and softly laughed. Huh, not bad kid. It is said that this little fellow was only King Yuan back then. In a short few years, he has actually grown to such an extent. Even in the entire middle region, there are very few people who can match his growth speed. Heh, not bad indeed. However, he has after all injured Xiao Chuhang. That brat is no ordinary person. I'm afraid that he will have to suffer a little if he wants to enter the Shao clan. At the same time, a white-clothed figure seated on a cliff within the Shao clan suddenly opened his eyes the moment Xiao Yan and the rest stepped into the arched door. A relieved smile involuntarily appeared on his calm face. This person was Xiao Xian. Little fellow, you are finally here. With a soft chuckle, Xiao Xian slowly stood up from the cliff. The tip of his foot gently pressed against the void. Wind swirled under his feet and condensed into an invisible blade. Soon after, his body immediately turned into a ray of light and swiftly flew down the mountain. Chapter 1379. After Xiao Yan's group entered the spatial tunnel, the light in front of them suddenly brightened. This caused them to shut their eyes out of habit. Soon after, they slowly opened them. The shock in their eyes immediately became denser. At this moment, an extremely long stone staircase appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group. There were no buildings on either side of the stone staircase. Instead, it was filled with lush greenery. When one looked into the distance, one could see that there were quite a number of buildings within the greenery. Faintly, one could hear some human voices being transmitted from afar. Finally, the voices gradually faded into the lush greenery. When one turned one's head around, everything behind them was no longer there. Other than the arched door, which was still standing, the original spatial barrier on both sides had already transformed into an extremely thick and heavy city wall. It stood majestically under the cover of green moss. There was an invisible ancient aura spreading from it. There is indeed a completely different world within this place. Lifting his head to look at the world in front of him, Xiao Yan's eyes swept across the sky above his head. His eyes narrowed. There was a faint distorted feeling at that spot. Clearly, the entire Shao clan was enveloped within a layer of distorted space. Such a huge spatial boundary could be said to be a huge investment. It was no wonder that it looked so different from the marketplace that one could see in the outside world. One of the three great clans of the Middle Region did not have an undeserved reputation. The three of you, please follow me. The middle-aged man smiled at Xiao Yan. After which, his body moved. His feet stepped on the empty space and rushed forward. Behind him, Xiao Yan and Bai Hua exchanged glances and nodded gently. Soon after, their bodies moved and followed closely behind. A moment later, the group of four stood on a cliff. In front of them was still a continuous stone staircase. However, at this moment, there were many buildings built against the mountain on both sides of the stone staircase. Stone staircases spiraled up the cliff on both sides. Above them were two small squares of similar size. Many members of the Shao clan were shuttling back and forth. Occasionally, sparring sounds would be heard, causing some liveliness to appear in this place. In the middle of the two plazas, right above the stone stairs that extended upwards, there was a large hall in the air. At this moment, the four people were standing there. Along with a wave of steady footsteps, an old man in a purple robe walked out of the hall. His gaze swept past Xiao Yan and the other two, and then stopped on the middle-aged man. He glanced at the latter and said indifferently, "Xiao Huan, do you know your crime?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and cupped his fists. "Your subordinate has failed in his duty. Your subordinate is willing to accept the punishment. But elder, all of this is. That's enough. You don't have to say any more. By the time you come to report, the entire Shao city will be in chaos. Go ahead. I won't say much about what to do." The old man spoke indifferently. Only then did Xiao Huan bow with a pale face. From the looks of it, it was likely that this elder was already aware of what had happened in Shao city. His intention of bringing Xiao Yan and the other two here this time around was likely useless. However, just as Xiao Huan was about to bring Xiao Yan and the other two away from this place, the purple-robed old man once again opened his mouth and said, "You can leave. They can stay." Hearing this, Xiao Huan was immediately startled. Even Xiao Yan and the other two at the side were slightly stunned. The former wanted to open his mouth to argue, but the purple-robed old man's cold gaze suddenly shot over, causing his heart to buzz and tremble. He could not help but look at Xiao Yan and the other two with an apologetic face. Soon after, he clenched his teeth and quickly retreated. After Xiao Huan left, the old man's gaze finally began to slowly size up the three people in front of him. When he sensed the difference between Bai Hua and Lian Er, a surprised glint involuntarily flashed across the old man's indifferent eyes. He involuntarily nodded his head gently. Only then did his gaze stop on Xiao Yan's body as he said faintly, "You are Xiao Yan?" When the old man's words came out, the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly changed. He immediately raised his gaze and looked at the old man in front of him with a face full of surprise. After hesitating for a while, he frowned and said seriously, "Elder, how do you recognize me?" "Humph, in the current Shao clan, as long as one is an elder, who does not recognize you? Ever since you entered Shao city, your identity is no longer a secret." The old man sneered, as if he found Xiao Yan's words somewhat laughable. In response, Xiao Yan could not help but be speechless. He originally thought that he was already quite cautious along the way. Even when he entered the territory of Shao clan, he did not easily reveal his identity. However, he did not expect that he had already been discovered by the old man in front of him. "If you want to test the style of my Shao clan, you should not use an outsider to do so. Once you enter the clan, you will naturally experience it for yourself. However, I advise you not to use this method elsewhere in the future. Otherwise, I am afraid that you will fall into a trap." After softly reminding, Xiao Yan hurriedly nodded and bowed to express his thanks. The old man gently waved his hand and said again, "Let's not talk about it. The first elder has high expectations for you. As long as you focus on your cultivation and do not follow in the footsteps of your ancestor, it will be fine." "Ancestor Xiao Xian, what happened to him?" The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes immediately hardened when the purple-robed old man's voice sounded. Even the expression on his face became a little gloomy. The first thing he was most concerned about when he came to Shao clan was naturally Xiao Xian's situation. However, after hearing the old man's words, Xiao Xian's situation did not seem ideal. "This, since you are here, you should ask him yourself." The old man was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly turned his head and looked at the sky. A ray of light was rushing over at an extremely fast speed from that spot. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared in front of this large hall. At the same time, Xiao Yan's eyes were staring intently at the human figure that was formed by the ray of light. The figure was dressed in white and had a head full of long hair. His eyes were pitch black and as deep as the starry sky. There was a faint smile on his handsome face, and his entire body exuded an elegant temperament that was difficult to match with ordinary people. "Huh, little fellow, I haven't seen you for a few years and you have already advanced to Source Ancestor. Not bad. Looks like you have found what you want." Xiao Xian could not help but click his tongue in admiration when he sensed the aura in Xiao Yan's body that was much more powerful than his own. At this moment, Xiao Yan's tensed heart finally relaxed when he saw that Xiao Xian was fine. "Ancestor Xiao Xian, have you been well these past few years?" Xiao Yan asked with a face full of concern after he heaved a sigh of relief. The purple-robed old man by the side turned his eyes when these words were uttered. He immediately looked at Xiao Xian. The latter appeared to have not sensed anything as he smiled and nodded to Xiao Yan. After which, he turned his eyes to the old man by the side. He cupped his hands together in a respectful manner and said, "Elderly, long time no see. Huh, ever since you passed by my ancient hall, you haven't come here again." Xiao Xian smiled noncommittally when he heard this. The old man glanced indifferently at the two people in front of him before he turned around and walked into the hall behind him. At the same time, his indifferent voice sounded again. "All right, I don't receive guests here. Since you are here, I will not find anyone to lead the way for him. You can lead him there." After speaking, the old man's figure disappeared into the hall. Xiao Xian smiled and nodded. After which, he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him with a smile. The latter's face was filled with suspicion. He could not help but frown as he looked at Xiao Xian and asked doubtfully, "Where are we going?" "To see the leader of the Xiao clan." Xiao Xian nodded and smiled. "The leader of the Xiao clan, huh? That's right. I can only be considered to have truly entered the Xiao clan after meeting him." Xiao Yan chuckled softly and slowly lifted his head. He looked at the stone stairs that climbed up behind the hall. In a trance, a low murmur was slowly emitted from his mouth. Chapter 1380. In front of the ancient city hall, Xiao Yan was led by Xiao Xian into the clan. Bai Hua and Lian were stopped by Xiao Li in the ancient city hall due to their status. Hence, only Xiao Yan and his granddaughter were left. Xiao Yan followed behind Xiao Xian. The rest of the journey was quite smooth. They passed by quite a number of pavilions and met a couple of elders of the Xiao clan. These elders were just like Elder Xiao Li from earlier. They did not appear to be surprised by Xiao Yan's arrival. However, their eyes contained some surprise when they looked at him. Xiao Yan was used to this. After welcoming them with a smiling face, he followed Xiao Xian's lead and hurried deep into the Xiao clan. "Ancestor Xiao Xian, may I know how you have been in the Xiao clan during these few years?" From Elder Xiao Li's tone earlier, it seems, Elder Xiao Li has a cold character. Other than the clan head and a few elders, he is like this to everyone in the clan. Don't take it to heart. Along the way, Xiao Yan recalled how Xiao Li had mentioned Xiao Xian when warning him. He hesitated in his heart. However, Xiao Xian did not seem to mind as he laughed softly. Xiao Yan frowned. The manner in which Xiao Li had looked at Xiao Xian earlier did not seem to be due to his character. Instead, it gave Xiao Yan a harsh feeling. He was not unfamiliar with that gaze. However, Xiao Xian was unwilling to mention it at this moment. Hence, he could only drop the subject. Xiao Yan withdrew his thoughts. His gaze swept over Xiao Xian's body. Immediately, he rotated his eyebrows and asked. "Ancestor Xiao Xian's current cultivation has already reached the peak of the Origin Emperor, right? With the enormous resources of the Xiao clan, it would be too embarrassing if I still could not reach the peak of the Origin Emperor. Unfortunately, I lack the latter half of the third scroll of the Origin skill. It is likely that it will be very difficult for my cultivation to break through. However, since you are already here, this is not important." Xiao Xian smiled in an unconcerned manner when he heard this. His expression was a little disappointed. Without the Guiyuan skill, it was likely that his cultivation could only be as stagnant as it was back in the Dochi continent. If he were to forcefully break through, the result would be. Tianju was an example. As for searching for it, Xiao Xian could only hope for a fluke. Searching for a fragment of a cultivation technique in the entire continent was like searching for a needle in a haystack. It was obvious how slim the chances were. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had come to the Xiao clan. As long as Xiao Yan was fine, he would not be too concerned about his own cultivation. Compared to himself, he was more concerned about Xiao Yan's situation. However, even if he thought this way, Xiao Yan would not think the same. Is that so? Xiao Yan curled his mouth and smiled when he heard Xiao Xian's words. He flipped his hand and a black leather parchment that was half the size of a palm landed in his hand. At the same time, Xiao Xian, who was originally flying forward, suddenly paused. The expression on his face changed as he suddenly turned around. His gaze instantly landed on Xiao Yan's hand. His originally calm heart began to ripple at this moment. In this way, I believe that there is no need to worry about ancestors' cultivation. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered as he stared at Xiao Xian in front of him. Although he had spoken those words in a relaxed manner, Xiao Yan was not some naive and foolish little fellow. At this moment, he had recalled the words that Xiao Li had said earlier. In his heart, he could roughly understand what the so-called footsteps meant. Immediately, a cold and indifferent feeling rose in his heart because of this. Huff huff. At the same time, an invisible hurricane suddenly gathered around Xiao Xian's body. Even the area where the two of them were at was stirred up by a storm. In the distant pavilions, some of the Xiao clan's disciples sensed the commotion, and their expressions could not help but change. Xiao Xian slowly extended his hand and caught the black fragment that was close to him. The black leather parchment was light and thin and did not have any temperature. However, when it landed in Xiao Xian's hand, it caused his face to flush red. The emotions in his heart almost uncontrollably appeared on his face. Although Xiao Yan did not say anything, he knew that Xiao Xian was unable to hide the agitation in his heart. The only regret in Xiao Xian's legendary life was the returnance art. At this very moment, the last fragment of the returnance art was in his hand. How could he not be excited? It was a long while later before Xiao Xian's stiff body gradually relaxed. His breathing was somewhat trembling as he exhaled. Immediately, he put away the black skin paper in his hand. His eyes were somewhat red as he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. The expression on his face gradually recovered its calmness as he said, "Let's go and see the clan leader." The moment he turned around, a sharp aura filled with murderous intent spread out from his body. Even Xiao Yan behind Xiao Xian involuntarily cast a sideways glance when he sensed this. This sharp aura was something that he admitted that even he was unable to achieve. At this moment, Xiao Xian seemed to be different. After the two of them returned to their previous state, Xiao Yan followed closely behind Xiao Xian and flew forward. A moment later, the two of them gradually descended and landed in front of a fiery red hall. At this moment, there were many disciples of the Xiao clan standing guard outside the fiery red hall. Their vigilant gazes constantly scanned the surroundings. As expected of the Xiao clan, even the disciples guarding the hall possessed such strength. If these people were placed in the southern region, they would be a powerful faction. Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim in admiration as his gaze swept across the young people present. These people's cultivation were all above King Yuan and there was no lack of origin emperors among them. It was already considered good to possess such strength among the younger generation. The reason why they were here was naturally because they represented the flourishing bloodline of the Xiao clan. From a certain point of view, this was also a display of the great foundation of the Xiao clan to the outside world. This is only what you see. Let's go. Since you are here, I believe the clan leader already knows. Don't let him wait for too long. Xiao Xian smiled and said. Xiao Yan nodded gently. Soon after, the two of them walked into the hall. At the same time, in another area within the Xiao clan, Xiao Chuhang, whose complexion had slightly improved, was sleeping on the bed. A young man was seated on a chair beside the bed. Behind him, a middle-aged man was standing respectfully with his head lowered. What did you say? Xiao Yan? Is he the foreign clan member that Xiao Mingyuan mentioned? The unknown Xiao Yan who injured Xiao Chuhang? In the hall, the young man frowned after hearing the middle-aged man's description. He turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man who was bowing in front of him as he spoke in a deep voice. There should be no mistake. When I passed by the ancient hall, that brat was chatting with Elder Shaoli. After which, Xiao Xian personally went to welcome him. I believe that he is Xiao Yan. Bang! Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the chair under the young man suddenly exploded with a bang. The young man abruptly stood up with a gloomy expression. Xiao Yan, Xiao Xian, what a pair of grandfather and grandson. We have yet to settle the old debt from back then, yet you have injured my younger brother. The both of you are really the first within the Xiao clan. The young man slowly narrowed his eyes. As a cold glint flickered in his eyes, a surging energy aura involuntarily spread out from his body. A moment later, a sinister voice was faintly spat out. Let's go to the main hall. I want to personally meet these two. Chapter 1381. Following behind Xiao Xian, Xiao Yan successfully passed through the tight guards outside the hall. He then gently pushed open the door, creak. After the door to the hall was opened, an exceptionally majestic space appeared in Xiao Yan's sight. Xiao Xian hurriedly walked in when the door to the hall was opened. An old man coincidentally walked out. Xiao Xian hurriedly bowed to the person in front of him and said, "This old man is Xiao Yan, third elder." Behind him, Xiao Yan also saw the human figure at the same time the latter walked out. His eyebrows were lifted slightly before he immediately smiled and bowed in the same manner as the former. Hee, little guy, in just a few short years, your growth has surprised the entire Xiao clan. The old man's eyes paused on Xiao Xian when he saw the two people in front of him. A regretful expression flashed across his face. Immediately, he looked at Xiao Yan behind Xiao Xian and spoke with a face full of praise. The old man was Xiao Mingyuan, who had taken Xiao Xian away in the extreme south. Now that they had met again, the old man seemed the same as before. However, Xiao Yan was no longer the returnant's brat from before. Even with the entire continent in perspective, he could be regarded as a true expert now. Long time no see. Senior, you're becoming more and more vigorous with age. Xiao Yan smiled. He was rather polite. Xiao Mingyuan had saved him and Xiao Xian before after all. Coupled with the fact that he was an elder of the Xiao clan, they might need his help in the future. Xiao Yan should treat him with respect. You can go in. I have matters to attend to, so I won't be accompanying you. The patriarch is still waiting inside. Xiao Mingyuan parted his mouth and smiled. He immediately lifted his foot and walked past the two of them. He swiftly left in front of the respectful gazes of the guards outside the door. After which, Xiao Yan and Xiao Mingyuan exchanged glances with each other. They smiled slightly and slowly walked into the large hall. At this moment, there were nearly 10+ figures seated in the large hall. Looking at their faces, it was clear that they were quite old. Their expressions were indifferent and did not reveal any surprised expression because of the arrival of Xiao Yan's group. It was as though they had already expected this. A well-built middle-aged man with grayish-white hair was seated at the leader's seat in the large hall. The latter's chiseled face was filled with a smile from beginning to end. Although he appeared a little unrestrained, no one present revealed any dissatisfaction. Clearly, they were clearly aware of the importance of this middle-aged man in front of everyone. Everyone in the hall finally threw their indifferent gazes over as the footsteps in the hall grew closer. This was especially the case when everyone saw Xiao Xian. Many pairs of eyes involuntarily flickered. They hesitated for an instant before shifting their gazes away from Xiao Xian. Immediately, they looked at Xiao Yan behind him. However, when Xiao Yan's exceptionally young face was reflected in the eyes of everyone in the large hall, the gazes of everyone in the hall involuntarily stilled. Many pairs of turbid eyes that were filled with the vicissitudes of life flashed with surprise. Compared to the information that they knew, the appearance of the person in front of them appeared to be much younger. Xiao Yan greets the patriarch. Xiao Yan did not care about those slightly strange gazes. He followed Xiao Xian's footsteps and walked straight to the center of the hall. His gaze directly looked at the gray-haired, middle-aged man at the main seat. The moment he entered the hall, he faintly sensed a spiritual pressure probing him. The source of this pressure was the gray-haired, middle-aged man, who seemed somewhat out of place with everyone else. When the middle-aged man saw Xiao Yan, he was also slightly surprised. However, in comparison, he hid it very well and did not reveal it. His gaze slowly swept over Xiao Yan. As he smiled and nodded, the astonishment in his eyes grew even more intense. "Huh, little fellow, you're not bad. I didn't expect you to reach the source ancestor level at such a young age. Such talent is truly rare." The middle-aged man smiled as he looked at the respectful Xiao Yan below. "Patriarch, you flatter me. This junior was just lucky." Xiao Yan's expression did not change, but he was inwardly surprised. This middle-aged man was indeed the patriarch of the Xiao clan. With a single glance, he could see through the depths of his cultivation. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiao Yan's gaze also swept over the middle-aged man at the main seat. He was somewhat shocked to discover that when he looked over, the middle-aged man's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. It was extremely hazy, making it difficult for Xiao Yan to see his face clearly, let alone probe his aura. "He's actually so powerful." Xiao Yan did not doubt that the middle-aged man's cultivation was at least comparable to Sword Saint Yulan of the Ouyang clan. Haha, whether it's talent or luck, as long as you can obtain it, it's your ability. Furthermore, the middle-aged man acted as though he did not hear Xiao Yan's probing. His mouth praised. However, his expression suddenly became serious when he reached the end of his words. His body slowly stood up. At the same time, the group of Xiao clan's elders seated below also stood up one after another. Numerous gazes gathered on Xiao Yan like spotlights. The middle-aged man mused for a moment before speaking with a serious expression. "Since you've come to our Xiao clan today, it means that you've acknowledged us and yourself. Now, I, Xiao Yuheng, and the elders present here, on behalf of the entire Xiao clan, extend an official invitation to Xiao Yan. Are you willing to officially join the Xiao clan from today onwards?" As the words from Xiao Yuheng's mouth sounded, a faintly discernible pressure began to surround Xiao Yan in the eyes of those elders present. When they looked at Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan involuntarily knit his brows when he sensed the special meaning contained within those gazes. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that he would have bowed and acknowledged the pressure from so many experts. However, at this moment, the strange gazes that he received caused a feeling of rejection to surge out of Xiao Yan's heart. It was not impossible for him to join the Xiao clan. However, it was not in his character to submit to the pressure of outsiders. If these fellows continued to act in this manner, he might make other choices. "Of course, we'll respect your wishes. If you're not willing to return to the clan for the time being, there's no need to force yourself. You can slowly get used to it in the future. If you're willing, you can also stay. It won't be too late to join us when you're willing." Appearing to have sensed the change in Xiao Yan's emotions, Xiao Yuheng hurriedly coughed softly. At the same time that the words were spat out from his mouth, the somewhat strange atmosphere within the large hall finally became relaxed. "If that's the case, thank you, clan leader." Chapter 1382. At the same time that Xiao Yan's group entered the large hall, on the other side, Xiao Mingyuan walked out of the hall and headed east. Along the way, he passed by quite a number of pavilions and buildings until he reached a street where he saw two human figures swiftly rushing over from a distance. Only then did he gently raise his eyebrows, slowly paused his footsteps and quietly stood where he was. Very quickly, two human figures approached from afar and arrived in front of Xiao Mingyuan. The two human figures, who originally wanted to rush past this place at top speed, lowered their bodies to the ground because of the ladder. Their faces revealed respectful expressions. The two figures were a young man and a middle-aged man. After leaving Xiao Chuheng's place, they headed west and headed straight to the main hall of the Xiao clan. If they didn't see Xiao Mingyuan at this moment, they might not have stopped here. Third elder. When they saw Xiao Mingyuan, the two of them hurriedly went forward and bowed respectfully. Xiao Feng, what happened? From the looks of it, are you going to meet the patriarch? Xiao Mingyuan nodded slightly and said as if he didn't know. I heard that one of the two outsiders that third elder found a few years ago has returned to the clan today and even alarmed many elders. As the heir of the Xiao clan, I should go and take a look. Hearing this, the young man chuckled. When he lowered his head, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Your brother was seriously injured in Xiao City. Instead of taking care of him, you actually care about an outsider. Xiao Feng, this isn't your style. Xiao Mingyuan smiled indifferently. Looking at the gloomy face of the latter, he slowly shook his head and said again, I originally wanted to find you. This old man originally wanted to look for you. However, since I've bumped into you here, it'll save me the trouble of making an extra trip. I've only come here to pass on a message to you. Listen well. Pass a message? Xiao Feng frowned and raised his head to look at the person in front of him. There weren't many people in the Xiao clan who could order him to pass a message. Ignoring the change in Xiao Feng's expression, Xiao Mingyuan's face turned serious and said in a dignified tone, from today onwards, Xiao Chuhang will be grounded in the clan for half a year. All of his monthly allowance will be deducted. During this period, he is not allowed to leave the clan and is not allowed to cause trouble. Anyone who violates any of these rules will be punished according to the clan rules. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Feng's gloomy face instantly changed. His emotions also became somewhat agitated. He stared at Xiao Mingyuan in front of him and said unwillingly, what is the meaning of this, third elder? It was clearly Xiao Yan who injured my brother. Why is he the one being punished instead? This is unfair. Fair? No one is allowed to fight within Xiao City, this is the clan's rule. Xiao Chuhang ignored the clan's rules and broke the rules knowingly, this is the first reason. He attacked first, and if he can't defeat his opponent, this is the second reason. Do you need this old man to say anything else? Xiao Mingyuan's face was expressionless as he spoke with an indifferent tone. But without monthly allowance and not leaving the clan for half a year, Chuhang, being the second young master of the Xiao clan, he has been fooling around for a long time. Usually, I am too lazy to bother about him on your account. This time around, something has happened to him. This can be considered a lesson. Let him properly reflect on himself during this half a year. As for Xiao Yan, it is best that you forget about finding trouble with him. Xiao Mingyuan raised his hand slightly and interrupted Xiao Feng's words. Just as the latter was about to refute, he changed the topic and said sternly, Xiao Feng, this old man hopes that you can understand that these words are not passed down to you by the patriarch, nor is it the great elder. If you continue to be so stubborn, don't blame this old man for being merciless. As soon as Xiao Mingyuan's words fell, the words that were about to come out of Xiao Mingyuan's mouth suddenly became sluggish. At the same time, he seemed to have understood something in an instant. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly for a while. After a while, he gritted his teeth and endured the anger in his heart. He trembled and took a deep breath, slowly bent down and said unwillingly, Xiao Feng understands. I hope you really understand. Xiao Mingyuan frowned and said indifferently. Soon after, Xiao Mingyuan flew in the direction he came from. Behind him, Xiao Feng looked at Xiao Mingyuan's departing figure. The fists under his sleeves couldn't help but slowly clench. The expression on his face became even more gloomy. Xiao Yan, don't even think about entering my Xiao clan. Young master, don't be rash. The third elder has said it clearly. If you look for Xiao Yan now, I'm afraid that even you won't be able to avoid punishment. Seeing Xiao Feng in such a state, the middle-aged man couldn't help but dissuade him in a low voice. Humph, you go back and guard Chu Hang. I will personally deal with this matter. You've injured my younger brother and caused him to be punished. How could this matter be so easily forgotten? But, go ahead. I know what to do. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to speak, Xiao Feng said in an indifferent tone. Soon after, he stomped his foot on the ground and a force burst out from under his feet. As the bluestone shattered, his figure also flew forward and disappeared at the end of the street in the blink of an eye. Looking at the figure that sped away like lightning, the middle-aged man frowned and hesitated for a moment. Only then did he helplessly shake his head. With a soft sigh, he turned around and quickly flew in the direction he came from. On the other side, Xiao Yan and Xiao Mingyuan retreated from the hall. Although Xiao Yuheng had said a lot during this period of time, Xiao Yan didn't have the slightest intention of wavering. Currently, he didn't have a good impression of the Xiao clan. If Xiao Xian wasn't here, he would have turned around and left long ago. Why would he continue to stay here? The two of them retreated from the hall one after another and immediately met Xiao Mingyuan, who had returned. How was it? Did the little fellow agree to return to the clan? Seeing the two of them, Xiao Mingyuan's gaze immediately landed on Xiao Yan and said with a smile. Now that Xiao Yan had returned, his mission could be considered to have been more than half completed. As long as the former was willing to join the Xiao clan and become a member of the Xiao clan, it would be a good thing for both him and Xiao Yan. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I've disappointed Third Elder. Hearing this, Xiao Yan lowered his eyebrows and slowly said. Xiao Mingyuan was slightly startled. He didn't expect such an outcome. After hesitating for a moment, he changed his tone and said with a smile, "It's fine. After all, you have just returned. It's understandable that you're not used to it. After a while, the First Elder is still in seclusion. When he comes out, he might meet you. We'll talk about everything when the time comes." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded as a response. Xiao Xian by the side also had a respectful expression. However, Xiao Mingyuan didn't pay much attention to Xiao Xian before. At this moment, when he looked at Xiao Xian again, he vaguely felt that there was something different. The latter, who had always kept a low profile, actually had a hidden sharpness. Xiao Mingyuan frowned slightly. While he was feeling surprised in his heart, a rushing wind sound was suddenly transmitted from behind the few of them. Soon after, a human figure appeared in front of the three of them in the blink of an eye. A sharp wind instantly bullied Xiao Yan and Xiao Mingyuan. Immediately, the expressions on the faces of the both of them changed slightly. The old man frowned and turned around. Seeing the figure that had already appeared in front of him, his frown deepened as he said in a serious voice, "Xiao Feng, was what I said earlier not clear enough?" Chapter 1383. Xiao Feng will naturally remember Third Elder's words. However, there is an outsider returning to the clan today and I should come and take a look. Also, Xiao Feng smiled slightly when he heard Xiao Mingyuan's words. His gaze swept past the latter and swept over the two people beside him. Immediately, it paused on Xiao Yan. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "I believe this must be Xiao Yan. Today, before you even arrived at the main hall, your name has already become famous in my Xiao clan." Although Xiao Feng's face was full of smiles, Xiao Yan could clearly sense the coldness that was emitted from the former's eyes. Immediately, Xiao Yan could not help but feel surprised in his heart. This was clearly the first time that he had met this fellow. However, there was no need for him to be viewed with such hostility. He is called Xiao Feng. Xiao Chuhang, who was heavily injured by you earlier, is his younger brother. Xiao Mingyuan stared at Xiao Feng and warned Xiao Yan in a low voice. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Only then did he understand. No wonder Xiao Feng was so fierce when he first saw him. It turned out that he was Xiao Chuhang's elder brother. Previously, I heard that Xiao Chuhang was called second young master. From the looks of it, this Xiao Feng should be the first young master of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan nodded his head in a manner that could not be detected. He quietly mused in his heart. Being able to become the heir of the Xiao clan, Xiao Feng's cultivation was clearly extraordinary. Just from this first glance, he would not be weaker than Bai Ruoxuan from the Bai clan. Little fellow, you have to be careful. Xiao Feng and his brother have no one to rely on in the clan. His younger brother is his reverse scale. Today, you have heavily injured Xiao Chuhang. This fellow will definitely find trouble with you in the future. However, with this old man here today, you can be at ease. Xiao Mingyuan cast a reassuring glance at Xiao Yan. Soon after, his gaze returned to Xiao Feng as he frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Feng, now that you have seen them, shouldn't you let them go?" As he spoke, he was about to lead Xiao Yan and pass by the latter. "My younger brother fought with someone in Xiao City today and returned with serious injuries. As far as I know, it was done by Mr. Xiao Yan, right?" However, the words that Xiao Feng spat out immediately caused the originally discordant atmosphere in the arena to instantly stiffen. Even some of the guards in the surroundings were secretly astonished as they looked at Xiao Yan in astonishment. Clearly, they understood the meaning behind Xiao Feng's words. He had just entered the Xiao clan, but he had already formed a grudge with the crown prince. This wasn't a good thing. "Xiao Feng?" Beside Xiao Yan, Xiao Mingyuan's face was slightly gloomy as he said in a serious voice. Please don't worry. I already know what happened. Since Chu Heng was inferior, I naturally have nothing to say. It's just that, before the few of them could catch their breaths, Xiao Feng continued to speak. My main purpose for coming here is to have a battle with you. At the same time, Xiao Feng suddenly raised an arm and pointed at Xiao Xian beside Xiao Mingyuan, who was beside Xiao Yan. Xiao Xian? In the surroundings, numerous gazes followed Xiao Feng's direction, and the expressions on their faces gradually turned into astonishment. Even they didn't expect that Xiao Feng would actually request to fight with Xiao Xian. In the past, Xiao Feng had never placed Xiao Xian in his eyes. According to him, someone who couldn't even break through to the origin sect didn't have the qualifications to be his opponent. But today, such unbridled words had actually been broken by Xiao Feng himself. Although that was the case, there were some discerning people present who could see some clues. From Xiao Mingyuan's attitude towards Xiao Feng, the former was clearly unwilling to let Xiao Feng fight with Xiao Yan. Due to Xiao Mingyuan's pressure, the latter was bound to have some concerns. However, at this moment, Xiao Feng had resolutely turned the spearhead towards Xiao Xian beside him. Everyone present understood that Xiao Xian was definitely no match for Xiao Feng given the gap in their cultivation. In this way, if Xiao Xian was unable to accept the challenge, the one who could replace him to fight with Xiao Feng would naturally be Xiao Yan. However, if Xiao Feng cowered and refused to accept the challenge, it was likely that Xiao Feng would use this opportunity to ruthlessly ridicule and provoke him. Regardless of which option it was Xiao Feng's revenge against Xiao Yan. However, if Xiao Yan took the initiative to accept the challenge, all the pressure that Xiao Mingyuan was exerting on him would naturally no longer be a threat. This move of Xiao Feng's was truly a thunderous move. Once everything developed in the direction that Xiao Feng had predicted, it was likely that Xiao Yan's name would truly resound throughout the Xiao clan in the future. However, it was likely that he would become the laughingstock of everyone. If this was all, Xiao Yan would not be concerned. However, what he was concerned about was that Xiao Xian had already joined the Xiao clan and was currently a member of the Xiao clan. He could not possibly affect Xiao Xian's reputation because of himself. In that case, it was likely that he had no choice but to accept this challenge. Xiao Yan's expression immediately turned gloomy when he thought of this. Beside him, Xiao Mingyuan also frowned tightly. However, he felt quite helpless. He had never imagined that Xiao Feng would use such a tactic. In this way, it was likely that an intense battle between the two of them would be unavoidable. Xiao Mingyuan frowned as he swept his gaze back and forth between the two. He could not help but feel somewhat worried in his heart. Although Xiao Yan's cultivation had already stepped into the Genesis Ancestor stage, he was still only a 2-star Genesis Ancestor. In addition, he had already exhausted himself in the battle in Xiao City. If he were to meet Xiao Feng again, it was likely that his chances of victory would be unimaginable. Xiao Feng's eyes remained as sharp as ever as he gazed at the frowning duo. His chilling gaze paused on Xiao Yan as the expression in his eyes grew increasingly cold. The Genesis Qi in the vortex in his body stealthily began to circulate. He could no longer wait to make the person before him pay the price for what he had done. Xiao Yan exhaled deeply. His expression was stormy as he slowly clenched his fists under his sleeves. He gently lifted his foot, his gaze meeting Xiao Feng's as he lifted his head. Alright, I'll accept. However, while everyone present was waiting for the battle between Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng to begin, the white-clothed Xiao Xian by Xiao Yan's side took a step forward. His expression was calm as he looked at Xiao Feng on the opposite side. His clear voice was like a bell that reverberated in the ears of everyone present. Even Xiao Yan, Xiao Mingyuan by his side, and even Xiao Feng at this moment, could not help but be stunned. Ancestor, the expression of Xiao Yan, who had recovered, instantly changed. He was just about to move and block Xiao Yan when the latter turned his head and faintly smiled at him. He used one hand to block the action of Xiao Yan's hand and immediately patted Xiao Yan's shoulder gently. Don't worry, since I dared to accept, I naturally have confidence. Chapter 1384. Xiao Xian's face was indifferent as he gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder in front of everyone's eyes. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused most of the people present to involuntarily shake their heads. At this moment, it was a little too far-fetched to say that Xiao Yan would forcefully take on the situation. After all, the gap between the two parties' cultivations was clear for all to see. It was basically impossible for an Origin Emperor to fight a Source Zone class expert head-on. Moreover, the person Xiao Xian was facing was the heir of the Xiao clan, Xiao Feng. Xiao Xian, don't force yourself. If you can't beat him, it's not shameful to admit defeat. With me here, I don't think he can do anything overboard. Xiao Mingyuan glanced at Xiao Yan, who was frowning, and hesitated for a moment before speaking to Xiao Xian. Then, thank you, third elder. Xiao Xian nodded with a smile and cupped his fists at Xiao Mingyuan. Then, he turned his gaze to Xiao Feng, who had a gloomy expression. Heir Xiao Feng, do you plan to fight here or at the martial arts practice field? Xiao Xian turned his head to look at the main hall, which wasn't very far from them, and swept his gaze over the surrounding guards. Fighting in front of the Xiao clan's main hall wasn't something to be proud of. Once a commotion occurred, it would probably alarm the upper echelons of the Xiao clan. Not to mention, there were still guards around. Although they weren't weak, the person with the highest cultivation had barely reached the Origin Emperor. Once the two of them fought, it wouldn't be a small matter. I don't think there's a need to waste time. Let's fight here and end it quickly. I believe there won't really be any commotion. Xiao Feng let out a ferocious smile. His feet suddenly stepped forward as wind swirled around his body. As it rotated, it directly transformed into an invisible wind wall. The wind gradually became thicker. As his body gently shook, the wind wall immediately transformed into an extremely strong wind pressure that swept out in this area. The bodies of some of the surrounding guards immediately trembled as their feet involuntarily retreated. In an instant, the expressions of all the guards changed. When they looked at Xiao Feng, their gazes became solemn. Xiao Feng's strength was indeed worthy of his status as the heir of the crown prince to be able to force them back with just his aura. Since you say you have the confidence to fight me, then let me see what qualifications a mere Origin Emperor has to say such arrogant words. Xiao Feng released his aura and wind swirled around him. He stomped his foot on the ground and shot into the sky. He looked down at Xiao Xian below and sneered. Xiao Xian smiled faintly in response, and a fierce look flashed in his pitch-black eyes. His figure moved, and when he reappeared, he was already in the sky. He clasped two fingers of his right hand together and gently waved them. A gust of wind gathered at his fingertips. It seemed ordinary, but it was accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, and the surrounding Genesis Chi involuntarily gathered towards it. Seeing this scene, the guards below immediately cast sidelong glances. Even Xiao Mingyuan's eyes flashed with surprise. To be able to gather wind to such an extent, one could see how deep Xiao Xian's understanding of the Tao of wind was. It was likely that even Xiao Feng was inferior to him. It seems that he hasn't made no progress in the past few years. With a soft sigh, Xiao Mingyuan looked at Xiao Xian in the sky and couldn't help but reveal a look of regret. If Xiao Xian's cultivation hadn't made any progress, he would have become the most dazzling new star of the Xiao clan. However, all of this had come to an abrupt halt. It seemed that no matter how much Xiao Xian's comprehension of the great Tao of wind improved, it would ultimately be difficult for him to become a true expert. By the side, Xiao Yan couldn't help but frown again when he heard the old man's sigh. Although he had some guesses about Xiao Xian's situation in the Xiao clan, from Xiao Mingyuan's tone, it was likely far from what he had imagined. Sigh, to be honest, this is also my fault. I originally let you return to the Xiao clan for your own good, but I never thought it would end like this. Xiao Mingyuan slowly sighed, appearing to have seen the resentment in Xiao Yan's heart. His turbid old eyes looked at Xiao Xian, who was currently in the sky. Some shame involuntarily surfaced on his old face. Back then, when Xiao Xian first came to the Xiao clan, we placed great importance on him. After that, he displayed extremely shocking cultivation talent. Relying on the cultivation resources of the clan, his cultivation leapt from an 8-star Origin King to peak Origin King in just 2 years. The old man spoke slowly as bright starlight shone from his eyes. Although this was a matter from a few years ago, it was still astonishing when one thought about it now. In just 2 years, his cultivation has made such a huge leap. Such a terrifying cultivation speed is probably unparalleled across the entire continent for thousands of years. After exhaling a long breath, Xiao Mingyuan focused his mind and continued, "That's right." During that period of time, everyone in the Xiao clan was shocked because of Xiao Xian. For safety reasons, the first elder and the clan leader repeatedly gave orders to completely seal the news within the Xiao clan and not to leak it out. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows as soon as these words came out. Even his expression changed slightly. He never thought that the upper echelons of the Xiao clan would be so decisive. In order to seal the news, they even killed their own clansmen. During that period of time, no one in the Xiao clan was allowed to go out. Many people died in the subordinate cities of the Xiao clan, including Xiao City. It could be said that blood flowed like a river. The Xiao clan has already sealed the news, but there are still people spreading it outside? Xiao Yan frowned as he could not help but feel surprised. With the means of the Xiao clan, such a thing could still happen. It was a little ridiculous. No news was spread outside. The reason for killing those people was only out of suspicion. Xiao Mingyuan slowly shook his head with a helpless expression. Hiss, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly froze. A deep sense of horror instantly surged in his heart. The reason for killing was only out of suspicion. Even as an expert, such an act was a little too ruthless. Regarding this, Xiao Mingyuan smiled in relief, but he didn't feel too guilty. He said calmly, "Don't be surprised. If it was just one person, such a method is indeed ruthless. But you have to understand that we have to seal all the news at all costs. It's not just for Xiao Xian, but for the future of the entire Xiao clan." With Xiao Xian's cultivation speed at that time, the fate of the Xiao clan would be in his hands if there were no accidents. The law of the jungle, this is an eternal truth in every era. Chapter 1385. However, perhaps it was because joy begets sorrow. What we hoped for did not happen. After his cultivation reached the peak of the Origin King level, he did not advance at all. At the beginning, we thought it was just a process of settling down, but it was not like that. Even when the Grand Elder personally investigated him, he was unable to discover anything strange. Xiao Mingyuan sighed deeply. He raised his head again and looked at Xiao Xian in the sky with a complicated expression. Who would have thought that after putting in so much effort, it would end up like this? Xiao Yan softly laughed when he heard these words. He had also experienced such a situation when he was young. Now that he thought about it, the feeling of having the hopes of the entire clan turn into a bubble with a bang was something that he could understand a little. After all, it was just as Xiao Mingyuan had said earlier. This world was one where the strong preyed on the weak. As for the first elder, it was naturally impossible for him to see anything. The returnance art was a cultivation method, and there was nothing wrong with Xiao Xian's body. Even if his body was cut open, it would be impossible to discover anything strange. It was also after that his prestige in the clan grew even lower. Even the elders in the clan rarely paid attention to him, and even those who originally supported him treated him like strangers. Some of them even ridiculed him a little. If it wasn't for his calm nature, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to continue staying in the clan. Xiao Yan only smiled in response. It was just some side talk. They had long since treated it as nothing, so it naturally would not affect them. Now that the returnant's art was complete, he did not want to imagine what kind of interesting expressions those people would have when they saw Xiao Xian break through to the origin ancestor level. While the two of them were talking, the atmosphere in the arena, which had gradually solidified, finally exploded at this moment. Chi! In the sky, Xiao Feng suddenly clenched his fist. Streams of wind gathered in his palm and swirled around, transforming into an illusory spear. Cool wind gathered on the spear, occasionally emitting the sound of rushing wind. A chill surged within Xiao Feng's eyes as the long spear condensed. The long spear in his hand suddenly shook and a sharp rushing wind sound appeared. Immediately, the body of the spear twisted and directly drew an invisible dragon in the empty space. It was accompanied by a shockingly frightening wind pressure. With a roar, it wrapped around the long spear and shot explosively towards Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian calmly gazed at the invisible spear rushing towards him. He lifted his right hand, and the Genesis Chi in his body began to circulate without hesitation. With a thought, an invisible sword rapidly materialized in the air in front of him. Genesis Chi rapidly poured into it, and he slashed out with the sword. Buzz! Two invisible forces suddenly collided in the void, and a low explosion immediately rang out. Waves of wind swept out, and the giant dragon and sword were completely buried in the wind and waves. Immediately after, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out again. Xiao Feng's body suddenly shot out from the huge wind and waves. He held a long spear in his hand and stabbed towards Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian, let's settle the old score between you and me here. Xiao Feng laughed angrily. His body jerked, and an afterimage remained where he was. When he reappeared, he was already not far in front of Xiao Xian. His long spear danced, and the wind wildly danced. The sharp sound of the wind turned into countless spear shadows that ruthlessly shot towards every part of Xiao Xian's body. Below, Xiao Yan scrunched his brows when he heard Xiao Feng's words. He cast a surprised look at Xiao Mingyuan and asked in a puzzled voice, "What? What's this? So there was already a conflict between my ancestor and Xiao Feng before this?" "This, not necessarily. If we want to talk about it in detail, it was because of Xiao Chuheng." "It's him again." Xiao Yan, who originally didn't have a good impression of Xiao Chuheng, felt even more disgusted with him. Regarding this, Xiao Mingyuan knew that he could only smile bitterly and say, Xiao Feng and his brother lost their parents when they were young. Since they grew up, they had suffered a lot. As the elder brother, Xiao Feng doted on his younger brother a lot. Ever since he became the heir of the Xiao clan, he was even more so, but because of this, when Xiao Xian was valued by the upper echelons of the clan, Xiao Feng, as the heir, was given the cold shoulder. Xiao Chuheng felt that it was unfair, so he took advantage of Xiao Xian's breakthrough to barge in. However, because Xiao Xian's cultivation coincidentally broke through at that time, he was heavily injured by the backlash, which resulted in a conflict between him and Xiao Feng. After that, the two of them were unable to clash due to the obstruction of the upper echelons of the clan. Xiao Chuheng was also punished and focused on cultivation, which allowed him to break through the shackles of the origin sect. In the end, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. Xiao Mingyuan slowly shook his head as he looked at the cold face of Xiao Feng in the sky. If he only cared about his strength as the heir of the Xiao clan, he wouldn't be able to go far. Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh when he heard that Xiao Chuheng was reaping what he sowed. He raised his head and looked at the battle in the sky. Xiao Xian's expression didn't change in the face of Xiao Feng's fierce attack. With a twist of his wrist, countless sword images rapidly appeared around him. As he retreated, the sword images also pierced forward, colliding with the countless spears and blocking the former's attacks. Xiao Xian had lived for 1,000 years and had experienced countless bloody battles. Compared to Xiao Feng, who had been peacefully cultivating in the Xiao clan, Xiao Xian's battle experience was extremely rich. If the two of them were to fight, the latter would definitely not be Xiao Xian's match. The chilliness in Xiao Feng's eyes grew even colder when he saw that Xiao Xian was actually so calm. He waved his large sleeve and wrapped it around the spear handle. His entire body supported the spear as he shot forward while a hurricane whistled. Even space itself was forcefully torn apart as a huge crack was formed along the way. Chi! The spear darted out like a bolt of lightning, but just as it was about to hit Xiao Xian's chest, the latter quickly lifted his hands and formed a seal with his fingertips. Genesis Chi circulated and a cool breeze gathered, turning into an invisible sword in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, incomparably sharp sword Chi surged out, causing the surrounding space to hum and distort. Huh! A wisp of surprise instantly appeared on Xiao Mingyuan's old face when he noticed the sharp sword Chi. Although Xiao Xuanfeng's aura was strong, it had to be said that it was even more shocking to be able to utilize the power of the wind to emit such sharp and domineering sword Chi. Clang! The invisible spear collided with the sword body, producing a crisp sound of collision. At the same time, the sword Chi on the spear shot out along both sides of the spear body, tearing through space and heading straight for Xiao Feng's face. Humph! As the sword Chi shot over, Xiao Feng's expression changed. He couldn't care about the spear anymore. He waved his sleeves and released the spear body. An invisible gust of wind covered his sleeves and blocked the sword Chi. At the same time, Xiao Xian twisted his wrist, and the invisible sword in front of him collided with the invisible spear. Then, the invisible spear suddenly shattered with a crack, turning into countless whirlwinds that scattered in all directions. Prince Xiaofeng, since your weapon has been destroyed, I believe that this battle should have come to an end. With a faint smile, Xiao Xian retreated and landed on the ground below. When Xiaofeng returned to his senses, he had already seen the shattered spear. When he looked at Xiao Xian again, his face had completely darkened. If you want to end this battle, you have to defeat me. With a low roar, Xiaofeng's body in the air shook violently. Genesis Chi surged out from his body, and in the void around him, distorted invisible curtains rapidly formed. Then, he raised his hands to his chest and interlocked his fingers in a seal. Gusts of wind also gathered above his head. This is the wind god's fury. Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed when he saw this scene in the empty space. The seal that Xiao Feng was using was no different from the one that Xiao Chuheng had used in Xiao City earlier. It was undoubtedly the wind god's fury. However, it was fine if it was merely the battle earlier. Once the wind god's fury was used, it was likely that Xiao Xian would have difficulty enduring it given his current cultivation. Xiao Feng, this battle doesn't have much meaning to begin with. Why are you still entangling yourself? You should know that you will be severely punished if you injure your clansman for no reason. Whether it was because of the guilt he felt towards Xiao Xian or because of Xiao Yan's existence, Xiao Mingyuan's tone was even harsher. However, how could Xiao Feng be willing to stop so easily? Third Elder, until now, I have never admitted defeat, nor have I exhausted my strength. Therefore, the battle hasn't ended, and it can't be considered as injuring someone for no reason. Xiao Xian, if you want to end this battle, one of us must fall. Wind. God's fury. A vast and mighty pressure that was filled with a majestic aura spread apart. The expressions of the surrounding guards changed drastically. Numerous figures swiftly withdrew. Even some of the elders, who were observing the battle from afar, nodded their heads slightly in response to this pressure. Regardless of how overbearing Xiao Feng's character was, there was no need to say anything about his strength. This was something that no one could deny. Buzz. Below, Xiao Yan took a step forward and blocked in front of Xiao Xian. A powerful pressure that was not inferior to the former spread out. Immediately, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Just Xiao Feng's pressure alone was already so shocking. If Xiao Yan was added, the result would be unimaginable if the two of them clashed. Is he going to attack? Staring at Xiao Yan, who was about to attack, a cold light flashed in Xiao Feng's eyes. The aura on his body also became increasingly powerful. However, in the next moment, just as Xiao Yan was about to attack, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. Just as he turned his head, Xiao Xian's hand stopped him once again. Xiao Xian's face was still calm. Before Xiao Yan could speak, Xiao Xian slowly said, "You have had a hard time along the way. Rest well. Let me end my own battle." After saying that, Xiao Xian took a dozen steps forward without caring about the expression on Xiao Yan's face. Then, under the gazes of the surrounding people, he slowly raised his right hand. As he put two fingers together, Xiao Mingyuan's expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and looked over. At this moment, a huge tornado had formed above Xiao Xian's head in the blink of an eye, and then, with a wave of his sword finger, the huge tornado above Xiao Xian's head turned into a huge illusory image in the blink of an eye under the disbelieving gazes of everyone present. This illusory image was Fury of the Wind God. Chapter 1386. Wind God's Fury. It's the Wind God's fury again. Moreover, he hasn't formed any seals yet. How is this possible? On the battlefield, the expressions of the guards below changed drastically when the illusory image above Xiao Xian's head formed in the blink of an eye. They could not help but cry out in surprise, especially when they saw that Xiao Xian had formed the Wind God's fury in an instant. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. Xiao Mingyuan's old face was also filled with astonishment. However, compared to the younger generation of the Xiao clan, he understood that although the Wind God's fury was an intent class Do skill, it was not impossible to form it in an instant. However, in addition to needing a huge amount of Genesis Qi to support it, one's understanding of the Wind God's fury must have reached a level that most people could not achieve. This made Xiao Mingyuan's heart even more shocked. At the same time, the pity he felt for Xiao Xian deepened. Xiao Xian, who was so calm and had such astonishing talent in all aspects, had his cultivation stopped at the peak of the Origin Emperor level. This was really hard to accept. Sigh. With a deep frown and a sigh, the old man's body could not help but tremble. His pair of old eyes were slightly red as he looked at the figure in front of him who was as carefree as a cool breeze. A wave of resentment actually rose in his heart for him. It's really, fate makes fools of people. By the side, Xiao Yan also felt a wave of surprise when he saw Xiao Xian's reaction. It seemed that he had underestimated his ancestor. He could not help but mock himself in his heart. Compared to Xiao Xian, his powerful battle strength was almost entirely due to the existence of the heavenly flame. On the other hand, Xiao Xian relied on his own strength. In this regard, Xiao Yan admitted that he was inferior. On the battlefield, as Xiao Xian's Wind God's fury gathered, the expression on Xiao Feng's face instantly turned ugly. He had also practiced the Wind God's fury, and his understanding of it naturally far surpassed ordinary people. The fact that Xiao Xian could form the Wind God's fury in an instant was proof of his strength. If his cultivation had not stopped at the peak of the Origin Emperor level, he would have no chance of winning today's battle. Xiao Feng's aura trembled involuntarily as he calmed down. He rejoiced in his heart as he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again in the next instant, a cold glint shot out from them. A cold and resolute intent surged from the depths of his eyes. Wind God's fury, huh? So what? The gap between the Origin Emperor and the Origin Ancestor can't be crossed. You will undoubtedly lose this battle. Xiao Feng stood in the air with his hands clasped together. He glared at Xiao Xian angrily as the enormous illusory figure behind him slowly leaned forward. At the same time, a shocking pressure descended from the sky. On the ground below, Xiao Yan sensed the pressure that spread from Xiao Feng's body. The expression on his face also changed. He was indeed worthy of being the heir of the Xiao clan. Compared to Xiao Chuheng, the Wind God's fury that Xiao Feng used was at least twice as strong. Xiao Yan admitted that even if he was the one facing this attack from Xiao Feng, it was likely that he would have to go all out. By the side, Xiao Mingyuan's turbid eyes were fixed on the situation on the battlefield. Wisps of Genesis Qi quietly circulated around the surface of his body. Once the situation changed, he would immediately take action. No matter what, he had to ensure Xiao Xian's safety. Wind God Fury. Xiao Feng's voice carried a vast and mighty echo as it reverberated across the sky. There were already quite a number of people standing on the two sides of the street and in the pavilions. Most of them were the various elders of the Xiao clan. They had already guessed in their hearts that if Xiao Mingyuan did not intervene, it was likely that only Xiao Yan by his side would be able to block Xiao Feng's attack. Terrifying wind pressure viciously slammed into the faces of the crowd below, causing several people to involuntarily retreat. Some even fell to the ground on their butts, unable to withstand the wind pressure. Even Xiao Yan had a grave expression on his face at this moment. The Genesis Qi in his body swiftly circulated, as if he was already prepared to act. At this moment, only Xiao Xian's expression remained calm in the face of the incoming wind pressure. The gale automatically dispersed when it was 100 feet away from him, as if it was waiting for the furious god in the sky to descend. If one was paying attention, one would discover that Xiao Xian's face had unknowingly turned a little pale. What is he doing? Why isn't he taking action? A group of elders had unknowingly filled the main hall, and the patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yuheng, was standing in front of the door. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Xiao Yan and Xiao Mingyuan. Of course, the majority were still waiting for Xiao Yan to take action. After all, Xiao Feng was the origin sect master. Have you guys noticed that another force seems to be gathering around him? Xiao Yuheng's brows were tightly scrunched together. No one could clearly see the situation around Xiao Xian under the God of Fury's pressure, but he could still faintly sense something. Unfortunately, the elders didn't expect Xiao Xian to resist Xiao Feng with his own strength. No one responded, and Xiao Yuheng could only shake his head helplessly. These old fellows are still stubborn. On the ground, Xiao Xian calmly watched the giant illusory figure approaching, and a fierce look quietly surged in the depths of his eyes. A strong pressure descended from the sky, and Xiao Yan and Xiao Mingyuan grew increasingly nervous. They even had the urge to take action. If Xiao Xian wasn't as calm as before, they would have already taken action. Ancestor, Xiao Yan couldn't help but clench his fists even tighter under his sleeves as he stared at the figure in front of him. His forehead was also covered in sweat due to the nervousness in his heart. Xiao Xian, you've lost. A voice filled with pressure resounded like a final judgment. Xiao Feng's body suddenly jerked, and a terrifying storm suddenly swept out, closing in on Xiao Xian. The giant illusory figure finally descended in front of Xiao Xian at this moment. Xiao Xian, whose eyes were as calm as before, slowly raised his head. His eagle-like gaze instantly collided with the former's. The sword finger on his right hand gently rotated, and a calm voice was slowly uttered. Green cleansing sword art, Tao Heaven. One sword. Buzz. Almost at the same time, the illusory figure above Xiao Xian's head suddenly raised its hands and clenched them in the air. A giant sword that towered into the sky suddenly appeared in the originally empty space. At the same time, a terrifying sword chi storm swept across the world, slashing countless sharp sword scars on the ground below. At this moment, everyone present, including the elders standing in front of the main hall and Xiao Yuheng, had a drastic change in expression. Everyone stared at the scene with their eyes wide open, and their hearts were filled with shock. It was only a moment later that they couldn't help but cry out involuntarily. This is the Great Way of the Sword. Peak. Chapter 1387. Green Cleansing Sword Technique, Tao Heaven Sword. Xiao Xian's clear cry sounded in the sky. He suddenly lifted his sword finger. Soon after, the illusory figure above his head, which was holding the invisible huge sword, suddenly thrust the huge sword down furiously. Buzz! The sword aura surged and shattered the entire area, forming countless spatial cracks. A couple of elders from the Xiao clan immediately appeared outside the arena and joined forces to seal off the area where the two of them were. Even so, the muffled explosion that was emitted when the sword aura collided with the energy wall still caused countless people to tremble in fear. Chi! In the next instant, without any room to breathe, the invisible giant sword, which was accompanied by an incomparably sharp sword aura, instantly pierced through the wind god's fury that Xiao Feng had unleashed. Xiao Feng's entire body was instantly blasted to the ground below. The bluestone was annihilated and turned into a pile of dust. As the air waves swept over, it actually turned the surrounding 100 feet into ruins. In an instant, the aggressive fury of the wind god was forcefully destroyed. Even Xiao Feng was seriously injured. The storm dissipated under the nervous gazes of the upper echelons of the Xiao clan outside the arena. Everyone's eyes quickly gathered at one spot, and their faces were filled with shock. At this moment, Xiao Feng was lying on the ground without any aura. He was in a miserable state. However, Xiao Xian still had a calm expression on his face. The fury of the wind god was still above his head, and an invisible huge sword was suspended high above Xiao Feng's head. If Xiao Xian had not intentionally restrained his sword aura, it was likely that the sword aura would have already landed on Xiao Feng's body below. If this sword of mine lands, you will definitely die. Therefore, you have lost. Xiao Xian's calm voice slowly sounded. The sword finger that Xiao Xian was about to slash down trembled slightly and gradually loosened. At the same time, the illusory figure above his head and the huge sword also disappeared. I have lost. Xiao Feng, who was lying in the dust, could not help but reveal a self-mocking expression on his pale face when he heard this. His eyes gradually turned red. A long while later, he finally let out an unwilling laugh. He did not expect Xiao Xian to be able to comprehend the sword Great Tao while mastering the Great Tao of Wind. Wow! When Xiao Feng's self-mocking voice sounded, it immediately caused an uproar in the arena. Countless gazes were fixed on Xiao Feng, who was lying in the ruins below. Their gazes were filled with disbelief. It was hard to imagine that the crown prince before them would be defeated by an origin emperor. It was simply unbelievable. Of course, the person who was even more shocked, naturally, was Xiao Yan. There was no doubt that Xiao Feng's cultivation was not inferior to Ouyang Miao's. Xiao Feng's cultivation, who was in front of him, who was in existence. Xiao Xian was in existence. What was even more shocking was Xiao Xian's current state. This seemingly thin figure before them had actually grasped the energy of 2 grand Daos. This was something that no one present in the surroundings had expected. The energy of the Grand Tao was the most difficult energy to control in the heavens and the earth. So long as an ordinary person was able to grasp one, then it would be sufficient to become an expert and be respected by all. From a certain point of view, the energy of the Grand Tao was the standard to measure an expert. However, to most people, comprehending the energy of the Grand Tao was already extremely difficult, so grasping 2 types of energy of the Grand Tao at the same time was simply unimaginable. Of course, nothing was absolute. In the entire continent, some heaven-defying figures in the cultivation world could also rely on their own abilities to control 2 types of Grand Tao energy. However, the number of such people could be counted on one hand. Most of them were experts who had made a name for themselves in the continent many years ago, or core disciples of those super forces. There was naturally no need to mention the former. Once the latter matured, he would definitely become an expert that stood at the peak of the continent in the future. However, Xiao Xian had actually grasped 2 types of Grand Tao energy. Once news of this spread, it would probably cause a mighty uproar in the central region. Some of the Xiao clan's elders present involuntarily shook their heads when they thought of this. Even Xiao Mingyuan, who was standing beside Xiao Yan, had a bitter expression on his old face. He naturally understood what it meant to possess 2 types of Great Tao strength. Even though this was the case, Xiao Xian's shocking training talent no longer possessed any value. Huff, Xiao Xian's face was ghastly pale. He slowly exhaled as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. When he turned around, he staggered. Xiao Yan, who had been paying attention to the former, immediately flashed forward and helped him up. Ancestor, how are you? Xiao Yan's face was filled with worry. Even he was deeply shocked by Xiao Xian's attack. But from the current situation, Xiao Xian seemed to have paid a heavy price. I'm fine. It's just that using 2 Tao powers in succession is a little difficult and the Genesis Qi in my body is exhausted. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Xiao Xian forced a smile. He felt rather helpless. If it weren't for the limitation of his cultivation, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Xiao Yan hurriedly took out a few pills from his storage ring and handed them to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian was taken aback for a moment, but then he grinned. I forgot that you're an alchemist. He unceremoniously received the medicinal pill and immediately consumed it. A warm medicinal strength immediately followed his throat and slid into his body. Soon after, gurgling Genesis chi swiftly spread along the meridians in his body. A moment later, Xiao Xian's pale face had become slightly better. Only then did he arrive in front of Xiao Mingyuan with Xiao Yan's support. He bowed slightly to the latter and respectfully said, "Thank you. I'm sorry to have made third elder worry." Xiao Mingyuan was slightly startled. He involuntarily smiled bitterly and shook his head. He immediately glanced at Xiao Yan by his side and immediately understood something in his heart. He slowly said, "We underestimated your strength. It seems that the reason you didn't show your strength for the past few years was because of this little guy." During these years, Xiao Xian was no longer valued by the upper echelons of the Xiao clan due to his cultivation. Naturally, it was inevitable that he would be ostracized by some people. After all, he was an outsider. He was alone and without help in this large clan. Moreover, his cultivation had stagnated. Quite a number of people had the thought of asking him to leave the Xiao clan. However, due to Xiao Yan having yet to return to the clan and the insistence of the first elder and the others, he was able to remain safely. Now that Xiao Yan had returned, Xiao Xian would never allow what happened to him to happen to Xiao Yan again. Even if Xiao Feng didn't invite him to battle today, Xiao Xian was bound to take the initiative to fight in the future and win the right to face Xiao Yan. After the battle, more than half of the Xiao clan's higher-ups had witnessed Xiao Xian's strength. After today, Xiao Xian's name was bound to resound throughout the Xiao clan again. At the same time, Xiao Yan would also quickly enter the eyes of everyone in the Xiao clan. The names of grandfather and grandson would be quickly engraved in everyone's mind. At that time, the old fellows of the Xiao clan would no longer look down on them because they were outsiders. After this battle, their identities would no longer be doubted. Chapter 1388. In front of the main palace, Xiao Yuheng narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xiao Xian. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as a look of surprise appeared on his face. TSK, borrowing the might of the wind god's fury to display the great way of the sword. The power of this sword is something that few below the origin venerate can match. I wonder what kind of scene it would be if he used his full strength. Xiao Yuheng stared intently at Xiao Xian as light flickered in the depths of his eyes. He muttered to himself for a while before turning his gaze to the elders of the Xiao clan and sternly saying, "Pass on my orders. From now on, Xiao Xian will be promoted to an inner sect elder. Xiao Yan will be a direct descendant of our clan and receive the same treatment as the crown prince." What? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the elders in front of him changed in an instant. Shocked gazes immediately gathered on Xiao Yuheng's body. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. Clan leader, even if Xiao Xian defeated the crown prince today, he is still an outsider with such a cultivation. How can he bear the position of an inner sect elder? Although Xiao Xian possesses the power of two great ways, how could he have defeated Xiao Feng if he hadn't used a surprise attack? Moreover, Xiao Yan's attitude was rather naughty. Since he isn't willing to join our clan, how can he be qualified to be a direct descendant of our clan? Cold and indifferent words rose and fell one after another. Although they had seen the fight earlier, it was clear that they were unwilling to accept everything that had happened in front of them. Their words had greatly belittled Xiao Yan and his granddaughter. Qualified? Xiao Xian possesses the power of two great ways. Isn't that qualified? With the cultivation of an origin venerate, he was able to defeat Xiao Feng, who is a 4-star origin venerate. No matter what method he used, his victory is the result. As for Xiao Yan, who in the current continent can subdue a heavenly flame? Xiao Yuheng's extremely dignified gaze slowly swept across the group of elders in front of him as he spoke in a slightly heavy tone. It's not necessarily a bad thing for clansmen to reject each other. However, if you stand on the wrong side, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone here is an elder of the clan, so I won't say too much to embarrass you. However, I hope that you all understand that what I said earlier was to inform you, and not to ask for your opinion." After saying those words, Xiao Yuheng turned around and walked into the hall. Behind him, the group of elders looked at each other and were speechless. After a long while, they sighed deeply and left. On the other side, Xiao Yan and his grandson spoke a few more words with Xiao Mingyuan. After bringing the latter away, they prepared to leave as well. But right at this moment, Xiao Feng, who stood up with the help of the two guards, suddenly spoke. "Wait." Xiao Yan's footsteps paused as he turned to look at Xiao Feng with an unfriendly expression. "Is there anything else?" Beside him, Xiao Xian also slowly turned around and calmly looked at the latter. Xiao Feng ignored Xiao Yan's cold eyes. He looked at Xiao Xian by the side and hesitated for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Your cultivation can't be stagnant at the Origin Emperor, right?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He was a little surprised in his heart. Even the first elder of the Xiao clan could not do anything about Xiao Xian's cultivation. Unexpectedly, this fellow still had doubts. Xiao Xian still appeared calm in this regard, but he did not answer Xiao Feng's question. However, when he turned around, the latter vaguely saw that Xiao Xian seemed to have nodded his head slightly. This also confirmed the guess in Xiao Feng's heart. Only after a long while did Xiao Feng let out a disappointed smile. He calmed himself down and moved away from the two guards who were supporting him. Looking at the two figures that had disappeared into the distance, he let out a long sigh and said leisurely, "Looks like I didn't lose this battle unjustly." As he sighed softly, his body shook slightly. He forcefully endured the waves of weakness that came from his body and forcefully relied on his willpower to slowly walk in the direction that he had come from. On the field, the group of Xiao clan guards could not help but feel surprised when they saw this scene. At the same time, a sense of admiration rose in their hearts. After all, Xiao Feng was the heir of the Xiao clan. Even though he had lost miserably in the battle with Xiao Xian, he was still able to rely on his own strength to forcefully drag his severely injured body to walk. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. Creak. A wooden door was slowly pushed open, and a ray of hazy sunlight spread through the gap in the door. Finally, it formed a thin ray of light on the ground. As the wooden door was completely pushed open, the ray of light rapidly expanded. Soon after, two figures that were stretched to different lengths by the sunlight walked in. They were Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan, the grandfather and grandson pair. After an entire day of trifling matters, the sky had already darkened. It was only then that Xiao Yan was able to heave a sigh of relief. Even though the process was a little complicated, he had finally arrived at the Xiao clan. Seeing that Xiao Xian was fine, the greatest worry in his heart had been relieved. Although the worry at the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart had already been resolved, another serious problem still lingered in his heart at this moment. "You can stay here for this period of time. I believe that there will be news from the clan leader very soon." Xiao Xian leaned lazily on the chair and let out a long sigh of relief with a slightly tired face. He smiled at Xiao Yan. "News?" Xiao Yan was just about to nod when he frowned. His face was filled with suspicion. Xiao Xian smiled and said, "Everything that happened today was witnessed by the clan leader. The clan leader has seen everything that happened today. Even if it wasn't for me, he would have done something to make you join the Xiao clan." The expression on Xiao Yan's face was involuntarily startled when he heard this. His eyes were a little erratic as they landed on Xiao Xian. He paused for a moment before suddenly speaking. He paused for a moment and said, "Ancestor, do you really plan to stay here?" At this moment, Xiao Yan did not have even the slightest good impression of this so-called clan. If it was not on account of Xiao Xian, he would have long since left. However, after the matter with Xiao Feng, Xiao Yan could tell that Xiao Xian seemed to have already adopted an attitude of acknowledging the current Xiao clan. Just this point alone caused Xiao Yan to have no choice but to change the way he looked at the Xiao clan. In response, Xiao Xian smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. You are saying this because of what happened during the day, right?" Xiao Yan did not comment. However, Xiao Xian shook his head nonchalantly and said with a smile, you little brat. Xiao clan is one of the 3 great clans. How could they be as tyrannical as what you saw today? What you saw was merely what others wanted you to see. Moreover, Xiao Xian suddenly paused at the end of his words. He slowly lifted his head and stared at Xiao Yan. His tone was a little deep as he said, "You didn't come here to the central region. You did not come to the middle region just for the Xiao clan and me. I believe that you are already aware of the relationship between the Ghost Temple Gate and the Ghost Temple Gate. If you wish to rescue your wife from their hands, it is impossible for you to do so by yourself. I believe that you know this better than anyone else." Sun Air. Xiao Yan's body suddenly trembled violently at the mention of Sun Air. His expression instantly turned gloomy. A terrifying murderous intent surged in his originally calm heart at this moment. Even the aura in his body uncontrollably surged out. Chapter 1389. Hence, given the current situation, the Xiao clan's help is indispensable if we want to fight against the ghost sect. Xiao Xian pondered for a moment before continuing. We do not know the foundation of the ghost sect, but since it can surpass the 3 great clans, it is not difficult to imagine its strength. As for the Ghost Temple sect, it is one of the 4 great factions in the middle region and naturally has no lack of Source Venerate level experts. Not only that, but they also have 2 Source Venerate level sect leaders. Xiao Yan's face was dense. At the same time, his body trembled abruptly. A beautiful face that could cause the downfall of a country, carrying a thread of clear and elegant demeanor, slowly surfaced in his mind. No matter what, it could not be removed. Little fairy doctor, Xiao Xian could not help but frown slightly upon seeing this. He recalled that he had indeed not seen the little fairy doctor in the ancient hall. Now that he saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face, he immediately had a vague guess in his heart. In short, as of now, regardless of whether it is the Ghost Gate or the Ghost Slaughter sect, their strength is sufficient to cause us to look up to them. Between us and them, it is just like fire and water. A true all-out battle is only a matter of time. Therefore, we must gather sufficient strength before that happens. Joining the clan is undoubtedly the most effective method. Although you and some of the elders in the clan are prejudiced against each other, we are after all from the same clan. I believe that they will not stand by and do nothing when it comes to uniting against an external enemy. The expression on Xiao Yan's face gradually relaxed after hearing Xiao Xian's explanation. After panting for a moment, the killing intent in his chest also gradually calmed down. His eyes once again regained their clarity. He nodded slightly, looked directly at Xiao Xian in front of him and softly said, "Looks like Ancestor is already prepared for this. I do not even have the slightest chance to reject these words." Xiao Xian could only smile in a noncommittal manner upon hearing this. He understood Xiao Yan's character quite well. If he was not prepared, it was likely that the latter would not be willing to join the clan. After all, blood is thicker than water. We are ultimately from the same clan. It is reasonable for me to do this. If that's the case, I'll find a chance to join the clan too. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. Although he did not have a good impression of the Xiao clan, he had to join the Xiao clan for Xiao Xian, Sun Air and the little fairy doctor. That's good too. After today's incident, I'm sure the patriarch side will also make a move. It won't be long. Xiao Xian stood up with a smile. At the same time, he let out a long sigh of relief and relaxed a lot. Quickly following this, however, Xiao Yan's eyebrows suddenly turned. He appeared to have recalled something as he raised his eyebrows and exclaimed. "Oh right, Bai Hua and Lian are still outside." The 2 of them were so focused on talking about the Xiao clan that they forgot about Bai Hua and her companion who were blocked by Xiao Li outside the ancient city hall. Now that the matter had come to an end, Xiao Yan suddenly thought of the 2 of them, but he didn't know how they were doing now. Don't worry. Although Elderly did not allow them to enter the inner clan, there will be people who will arrange accommodation for them outside the ancient city hall. You don't have to worry about this. Xiao Xian smiled and gestured to Xiao Yan to be at ease. The latter secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, the grandfather and grandson looked at the courtyard outside the door. At this moment, a few figures were hurriedly rushing over in front of the courtyard. The person in front was an elder. Looking at his status, he should be an elder in the Shao clan. However, there were two young people following closely behind him. Xiao Yan looked over and saw that they were Bai Hua and Lian Er. Seeing this scene, the two of them immediately raised their eyebrows. It was really a coincidence. They did not expect that they would arrive here just as they spoke. Xiao Yan and Lian Er quickly looked at each other when they saw the three people walking over. Then, they quickly stepped forward to welcome them. The elder immediately smiled when he saw this. Elder Xiao Xian, I have been instructed by Elder Li to send these two to you. Bai Hua and Lian Er quickly moved to Xiao Yan's side as he spoke. Then, they looked at the elder in front of them and quickly bowed to thank him. Thank you, elder. Xiao Xian's eyes swept across Bai Hua and Lian Er. Then, he quickly looked at the elder in front of him. He did not dare to slight him and immediately cupped his hands together to thank him. However, he frowned in the next moment and suddenly lifted his head. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the elder in front of him. He said in a strange voice, Elder Tang, you just said, you did not hear wrongly. From today onwards, you will be the inner sect elder of the Shao clan. In the future, I will have to rely on you. The elder laughed softly when he saw the strange expression on Xiao Xian's face. Then, he said in a mocking tone. At the same time, a surprised expression surfaced on Xiao Xian's face. Although he had already expected the result of his battle with Xiao Feng, he did not expect it to lead to such an outcome. There was never a lack of elder positions in the Shao clan. Across the entire Shao clan, there were at least 100 people who held the position of elder. However, these people only held the position in name. They didn't wield any power or benefits. Among these elders, there were also the inner pavilion elders. These people were the true managers of the Shao clan. Xiao Xian did not expect that his battle would raise his status to such a level. Xiao Xian's heart did not rejoice because of this. Instead, he felt an invisible pressure. After all, regardless of whether it was his status or identity, he would not be welcomed by anyone in the clan. Adding Xiao Yan, it was likely that they would face even greater trouble in the clan in the future. In addition, young friend Xiao Yan, the clan leader, has specially instructed that from today onwards, you will be treated the same as the crown prince in the clan. Tomorrow, the clan will set up a separate residence for the two of you. Someone will also send the monthly allowance to the two of you. The old man sized up Xiao Yan in front of him. At the same time that a glint flashed deep within his old eyes, the smile on his old face also became denser. Thank you, elder. Young friend, you are too polite. I am Xiao Qingtang. If you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me. As long as it is within my ability, I will not be stingy. The elder cupped his fists together politely. After a chuckle, he did not stay any longer. He turned around and walked out of the door. In the end, he disappeared from the sight of Xiao Yan and the others. Xiao Yan clapped his hands as he watched Xiao Qingtang leave. He smiled and said to Bai Hua and the other girl beside him, Are the two of you all right? The two of them smiled and shook their heads. After confirming that they were fine, they followed Xiao Xian's guidance and found a room to rest in. Chapter 1390. The silver moon hung high in the night sky. Faint moonlight scattered down from the night sky like a huge silver veil that covered the entire Shao clan. Xiao Yan was seated on the top floor of the pavilion. Both of his eyes were tightly shut. Both of his hands formed a seal and formed a training seal. Following the circulation of his breathing, threads of energy that were visible to the naked eye drifted out from the surrounding empty space. Finally, following his breathing, the energy continuously entered his body. It was a long while later before the energy drifting around his body gradually slowed down. Xiao Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly. A moment later, he opened his eyes and exhaled the turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. His entire body had also recovered to its peak state in an instant. Although the continuous journey and the battle with Xiao Chuhang today did not consume too much of his strength, it still caused him to feel even more exhausted. Only at this moment did his originally dark yellow complexion once again recover its rosy color. His pair of eyes seemed to be wrapped in a layer of faint warm jade in the dark night, and it was rather strange. Who? Shao Clan, I hope that we will not disappoint the choice of our ancestor. A glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he muttered in a somewhat dense tone. Immediately, he lifted his head and looked at the dark sky in front of him. High up in the night sky, the stars were boundless. A bright moon hung in the horizon, emitting a bright moonlight. Although it was night time, the scene on the ground below could be seen clearly. Although it was not as bright as daytime, there was a different feeling to it. Xiao Yan was a little absent-minded as he looked at the night sky. In a trance, those stars seemed to outline a peerless beauty that could topple a country. Her curving smile caused one to have endless fanciful thoughts. Sun Er, memories of the past continuously flashed across his mind. Everything that had happened in the past seemed to have happened yesterday. However, Xiao Yan did not dare to imagine Sun Er's current situation. He was afraid that the longing in his heart would cause everything to turn into the most brutal killing intent in an instant. Ghost Palace, it is all your fault. Also, as dense killing intent surged in his heart, Xiao Yan suddenly flipped his palm. A palm-sized, emerald-green ancient jade appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. It was the Tushi ancient god's jade. Both of his eyes stared at the ancient jade in his palm. The hatred in Xiao Yan's heart grew even denser. His 5 curled fingers wished that he could crush the ancient jade. In the end, all of this happened because of this. Sigh. After a long while, Xiao Yan finally sighed with a bitter face. With a flip of his palm, he once again stored the ancient jade into his storage ring. No matter how much resentment he had in his heart, the Tushi was his most important bargaining chip to save Sun Er, any impulse. After being quiet for a moment, Xiao Yan shook his head violently. He threw out the distracting thoughts in his heart and once again entered his cultivation state. Currently, the Ghost Gate was still a rather distant existence to him. Rather than being deeply worried about this, it was better to focus all of his thoughts on how to raise his own strength. That was the most important thing. Even if he wanted to save someone, the prerequisite was that he needed to have sufficient strength to support it. The next day, when Xiao Yan walked down from the pavilion, Bai Hua and Lian Er, who were surrounding the table in the hall, immediately shot their gazes over. Both parties looked at each other and smiled. Immediately after, a wave of light footsteps in the courtyard outside the door attracted the gazes of the 3 people. When the 3 of them looked over, the person who had arrived was Xiao Mingyuan, 3rd elder. Xiao Yan hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Behind him, Bai Hua and Lian Er followed closely behind. Little fellow, we meet again. I believe that you are already aware of the matter that the clan leader announced yesterday, right? Xiao Mingyuan chuckled as he swept his gaze over the 3 people in front of him. There was no need to say much about Xiao Yan in front of him. However, after sweeping his gaze over Bai Hua and Lian Er behind him, his eyebrows twitched. A surprised expression involuntarily surfaced in his old eyes. Fortunately, he did not reveal too much of it. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded when he heard this. Soon after, he saw Xiao Mingyuan take off a storage ring from his finger and handed it over. This is your monthly allowance. Other than this month's allowance, there are also all of the monthly allowances for the past 2 years. As for the rest, you can count them yourself. Looking at the storage ring in front of him, Xiao Yan received it without any hesitation. If it was yesterday, he would definitely not accept it so easily. However, since he was already willing to join the Xiao clan, this monthly allowance should belong to him. Naturally, there was no need to hesitate. The expression in Xiao Mingyuan's eyes immediately brightened when he saw this. He more or less understood Xiao Yan's character. Xiao Yan did not open his mouth to agree to the powerful invitation of the Xiao clan yesterday. Naturally, it was impossible for him to happily accept this little monthly allowance. It was likely that something had happened last night. Xiao Mingyuan's heart immediately thought of Xiao Xian. That's right, where is Xiao Xian? He doesn't seem to be here. Given Xiao Mingyuan's current cultivation, he had already sensed that Xiao Xian was not here when he entered the pavilion. Ancestor went to the back mountain to train. A light flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes as he said nonchalantly. Although it was called training, it was actually to refine the last half fragment of the origin returning art. If his luck was not bad, perhaps Xiao Xian's cultivation would be able to step into the origin sect after he finished refining this half fragment. At that time, Xiao Yan wanted to see what kind of expression those arrogant elders of the Xiao clan would have on their faces. Oh, is that so? Yesterday, I saw the might of his two types of Grand Tao energy, and I'm still unsatisfied. I originally wanted to spar with him and perhaps he would be able to provide me with some guidance in the Grand Tao energy. But since it's like this, then forget it. The old man smiled mockingly as he looked at the stunned expressions on the faces of the three people in front of him. Soon after, his tone changed and he said again, "Oh, right. Since you are staying in the clan now, perhaps you can try to participate in the clan gathering in half a year's time." The clan gathering includes the best of the younger generation in most of the clans. Although it may not be attractive to you, the rewards of the gathering are quite tempting. First place will receive 20 top-grade spirit stones. At the end of his words, Xiao Mingyuan's tone was deliberately a little more serious, and the so-called reward for first place unsurprisingly caused the expressions of the three people in front of him to instantly change. 20 top-grade spirit stones. The corner of Xiao Yan's eyes twitched involuntarily when he heard these words. He recalled that back then, he had borrowed the 2 top-tier spirit stones that Xiao Jin had given him to raise his cultivation by 3 stars. One could imagine just what kind of enormous amount of training resources these 20 top-tier spirit stones were. Chapter 1391. After Xiao Mingyuan left, Xiao Yan and the other two were still surprised by the reward for the first place that he had mentioned earlier. Even Lian, who always seemed ignorant, could not help but reveal a heated expression on her slightly childish face. A total of 20 top-grade spirit stones. If placed in the outside world, it would be enough to create a second-rate sect. Its influence could not be said to be small. If it could land in the hands of Xiao Yan and the rest, looking at Bai Hua and Lian, by the side, Xiao Yan's heart was slightly moved. Although his strength had continuously increased during this period of time, they had not been stagnant either. With Bai Hua's physique, her current cultivation had already reached the level of a 7-star origin king. Moreover, there were faint signs of breaking through to the 8-star level. Lian's cultivation speed was incomparably shocking. The terrifying physique of the woeful poison body was completely displayed on her body. Her cultivation had also reached the level of a 4-star origin king. In addition to Bai Hua's daily training and the woeful poison body, this girl's combat strength could be considered quite extraordinary within the origin king realm. According to this training speed, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to raise the strength of the two of them to the Yuan Zone class within a year if he added the 20 top-tier spirit stones. What happened? Why are all of you standing here? Just as Xiao Yan and the other two were in a daze, Xiao Xian had unknowingly entered the courtyard. He took a few steps forward and looked at the three in front of him with a somewhat puzzled gaze. The moment Xiao Xian's words left his mouth, the three of them immediately returned to their senses and shook their heads. Only then did they roughly explain the matter of Xiao Mingyuan's visit. Naturally, this included the so-called clan gathering. Oh. Clan gathering, huh? Looking at the time, it is indeed almost time. If there is a chance, all of you should give it a try. There will be no harm. Even if you are not ranked, the clan will still give some rewards. Of course, if you are able to obtain a ranking, that will undoubtedly be the best. Seeing the fiery expression on Lian's face, Xiao Xian could not help but smile. However, the words that came out of his mouth caused the three of them to frown. Us? Among the three of us, only Xiao Yan is a member of the Xiao clan. I'm afraid that Lian and I don't have the qualifications to participate in such a grand occasion, right? Bai Hua and Lian looked at each other and said hesitantly. You don't have to worry about this. If it was in the past, perhaps you wouldn't be able to participate in such a clan gathering. But now, as the elder of the Shao clan's inner cabinet, I still have some authority. In addition, with Xiao Yan around, I believe there won't be any problem. Xiao Xian smiled and waved his hand. He did not take this matter to heart. Seeing this, Bai Hua and Lian nodded and smiled. Bright light flickered in their eyes. Xiao Yan also felt a little excited in his heart. Honestly speaking, he was also quite curious about Xiao Feng's strength. Yesterday, he had seen Xiao Feng use the wind god's fury, which was extremely powerful. He wondered what his chances of victory would be if he were to face Xiao Feng head-on with his current strength. I wonder how much my strength has increased in half a year. Gently clenching his fist, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes gradually became determined. Soon after, the few of them chatted for a while before taking their seats one after another. As for the rules of the clan meeting, they are all clichés, so I don't have to say much about them. Someone will introduce them to you at the time, so I believe you don't have to worry too much about the rest. Remember, the purpose of the clan meeting is not for the rewards, but for the hope that you can gain rich experience through more actual battles. Therefore, you just have to do your best in the competition, and put yourself first. I believe that with your talent, as long as you cultivate in peace for the next half a year, it won't be a difficult thing to achieve results in the clan meeting. Bai Hua and Lian Er immediately nodded their heads when they heard this. A heated expression flashed across their faces. This caused Xiao Yan to feel a little helpless when he saw this. These two fellows had actually become like this after hearing about the reward of 20 top-grade spirit stones. This really caused one to be unable to laugh or cry. However, if one thought about it carefully, one would understand. A top-grade spirit stone was something that one could only encounter but not seek in the outside world. Its value was immeasurable. Now that they had such an opportunity, it was naturally unavoidable for their hearts to be excited. However, they seemed to have forgotten that the top-grade spirit stone reward could only be obtained by the final victor of the clan gathering. That's right, I wonder if the ancestors' cultivation method has been successfully refined? Xiao Yan recovered. Only then did he recall the return to source skill. Immediately, he hurriedly inquired. The latter smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard this. He slowly replied. The refinement was naturally a success, but my cultivation did not break through as smoothly as I had expected. The stagnation this time has indeed affected my cultivation. I'm afraid that it won't be easy for me to break through to the origin ancestor stage. Xiao Xian felt somewhat helpless in this regard. According to the nature of the returnance art, he should have used this opportunity to break through to the origin ancestor stage in one go. However, after refining the remnant portion of the cultivation method, he faintly sensed the barrier that should not have existed, the barrier to the origin ancestor stage. How can this be? The moment these words were spoken, Xiao Yan immediately frowned as surprise surfaced on his face. Based on his understanding of the returnance art, it was impossible for one to encounter a bottleneck before reaching the peak of every cultivation method. However, Xiao Xian had encountered such a situation at the peak of the origin emperor stage. This was truly unexpected. It might be because the third scroll is incomplete. However, it's fine. Since there's a bottleneck, I'll just break through it. There's nothing to worry about. On the other hand, you need the help of a heavenly flame to raise your strength. Do you know where to find the other two heavenly flames? Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head when he heard this. Even Yi Honglian did not know where the other two heavenly flames were, so how would he know? The only thing he could be sure of was that they were in the central region. However, the continent was so vast that even in the central region, wanting to find the whereabouts of the heavenly flames was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan suddenly recalled what Hua Zhu had said to him back at the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Based on that, the ancestor of the Pill Tower seemed to know where the heavenly flames were located in the central region. If he had no other choice, this might become a clue that he could not ignore. A bright light flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he thought of this. Xiao Xian could not help but smile when he saw this. He had some guesses in his heart. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something. With a flip of his hand, the storage ring on his finger flickered slightly. Soon after, 2 spirit stones that emitted a rich energy aura appeared in his hand. When the 3 of them looked over, their expressions suddenly hardened. There was no doubt that these were 2 top-tier spirit stones. Chapter 1392. Although I have saved up some spiritual stones over the past few years, most of them have been used up. These 2 are useless to me, so I'll give them to you first. Xiao Xian chuckled and flicked his finger. The 2 spiritual stones flew to Bai Hua and Lian, respectively. The 2 hesitated for a moment, glanced at Xiao Yan, and then respectfully received them. Half a year's time is neither long nor short. These 2 spiritual stones are the only things I can help you with. You will have to rely on yourselves for the rest. The clan meeting is not as cruel as a real battle, but it is definitely not an easy task. You should treat it seriously. Hearing this, everyone, including Xiao Yan, nodded heavily. Then, Bai Hua and Lian, each went upstairs with the spiritual stones in their hands. Xiao Yan then took out the storage ring that Xiao Mingyuan had given to him and slowly said, "There are some spiritual stones here. Aside from some elixirs and medial spiritual stones, there are also 10 supreme-grade spiritual stones. They were given by the 3rd elder. Yes, it's within my expectations. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given them the 2 spiritual stones." Xiao Xian smiled faintly and did not mind. He had encountered such means when he first entered the Xiao clan. Now that he saw it again, he was naturally not surprised. The reason why he did not want Bai Hua and Lian to know about the 10 spiritual stones was that he did not want them to place their hopes on external things. Although supreme-grade spiritual stones could help them quickly increase their cultivation, if they could not truly grasp this power, even if they obtained it, they would not be able to use it. Instead, it was better to let them feel the urgency of time. Under pressure, their potential would be stimulated. Xiao Yan was naturally able to understand the meaning behind Xiao Xian's words. Soon after, his thoughts once again returned to the spirit stone. Then these 10 supreme-grade spiritual stones, naturally, it is not a monthly allowance. Although there are many supreme-grade spiritual stones in the clan, it is not to the point of being rich. Even the crown prince has to make a certain contribution to the clan if he wants to obtain supreme-grade spiritual stones. However, that level of contribution is unattainable. Otherwise, the clan meeting would not be the place that many disciples yearn for. Hearing this, Xiao Yan secretly nodded. In other words, the Xiao clan had put in a lot of effort in order to rope him in. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the storage ring in his hand. Many thoughts flowed within his heart. It was a moment later before he finally put it away. He lifted his eyes and exchanged a smile with Xiao Xian on the opposite side. A bright light flowed within his deep, dark black eyes. After the incident with Xiao Feng, Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan's status in the Xiao clan had changed instantly. This also caused some people who did not have a good impression of the grandfather and grandson duo to stop in their tracks and forcefully suppress the thought of finding trouble with them. This also allowed Xiao Yan to enjoy an extremely rare period of leisure in the following days. This made him, who was used to being pressed for time, feel a little uneasy. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Xiao Xian was still trying to break through the barrier to the source sect. However, due to the returnance art, he was still far from achieving a result. Fortunately, given Xiao Xian's temperament, he did not care about this. After all, the returnance art had been completely restored. No matter how slow the process was, it was only a matter of time before he broke through. On the other side, Bai Hua and Lian Er had already entered a retreat. From the looks of it, they held an extremely great attitude toward the clan gathering. From the looks of the waves of energy ripples that were occasionally emitted from their rooms, the training of the both of them had improved during this half a month. This caused the emotions in Xiao Yan's heart to become a little fiery hot. Are these 2 fellows about to break through again? Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the room where the 2 of them were in. His mouth involuntarily sighed. The physiques of these 2 fellows were different from an ordinary person. Their training speed was something that others could only hope to catch up with. It was really difficult to imagine just what level their cultivation would reach once they completely absorbed and refined this top-tier spirit stone. Xiao Yan exhaled somewhat helplessly. He placed the teacup down with one hand. When he turned around, he suddenly frowned and looked outside the door. At this moment, a familiar old man's figure was looking at him with a face full of smiles. Surprisingly, it was Xiao Mingyuan. Third Elder, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your body looks much stronger. At the same time as he stood up, Xiao Yan cupped his hands respectfully toward Xiao Mingyuan. The latter laughed out loud, waved his hand, and laughed out loud. You little brat, don't flatter me. How are you? Have you gotten used to these days? Thank you for your concern, Third Elder. I've been doing well. I've clearly built a villa for you, but you still want to live here. If it was someone else, I'm afraid they would have already moved over with their belongings. Little brat, you're really different. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled noncommittally. He did not care much about those things. Moreover, Bai Hua and Lian were currently in seclusion, so he naturally could not leave. Xiao Xian is not here again. Looking at the empty pavilion, Xiao Mingyuan's eyes flickered slightly. At the same time, he seemed to have understood something in his heart. No wonder you don't want to leave. Third Elder, are you looking for the ancestor? Xiao Yan pursed his lips and said with a smile. No, I'm not looking for him. I'm looking for you. Randomly pointing at Xiao Yan, Xiao Mingyuan took 2 steps forward and sat on the chair. Immediately, he lifted his head and looked at Xiao Yan in front of him with a faint smile. Me? Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression was a little surprised. He did not understand what was going on. The old man parted his mouth and said with a smile, the First Elder has come out of seclusion. He wants to see you. First Elder, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly jumped when Xiao Mingyuan's voice sounded. The expression on his face could not help but change. The First Elder of the Xiao clan was the second person in power after the clan leader, Xiao Yuheng. He was also the true expert of the Xiao clan. Now, this person who could decide whether he stayed or left was finally going to see him. Phew. Third Elder, please lead the way. Xiao Yan focused his attention and once again turned his gaze to Xiao Mingyuan. Hearing this, the latter shrugged his shoulders and laughed dryly. Don't worry. I have other matters to attend to and can't bring you there. I originally planned to let Xiao Xian lead the way for you. However, since he is not here, I'm afraid you can only go by yourself. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was speechless. The Xiao clan was so big. It was difficult for him to go out and find an old man whom he had never seen before. Seeing Xiao Yan's difficult expression, Xiao Mingyuan chuckled and teased, Hey, kid. Why didn't I see such an expression when you barged into the Xiao clan alone? Don't worry, the First Elder lives alone in the depths of the back mountain. As long as you follow the stone stairs to the end, you will reach his residence. He will be waiting for you there this evening. Remember, he will not wait for you there. Chapter 1393. It was almost evening, but Xiao Xian had yet to return. Bai Hua and Xiao Xian were still cultivating. It was almost time for the First Elder's invitation. Xiao Yan sat on the bed in the loft. He was silent for a long time before he slowly opened his eyes. He had a strange feeling in his heart, like a son-in-law meeting his father-in-law, as he walked towards the back of the mountain. A moment later, Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the stone steps that extended into the depths of the forest. The green peak in front of him was where the Xiao clan's back mountain was located. The Xiao clan's First Elder was also there. Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the majestic scene in front of him. His heart was filled with hesitation. The person he was about to face was the First Elder of the Xiao clan. At this moment, the anxiety in his heart was indescribable as he stood in front of the stone stairs. He looked into the distance. Faint clouds curled around the lush green peak in the distance, making it look like a fairyland. The endless stone steps led the way forward, but it was hard not to let one's imagination run wild. A moment later, Xiao Yan took light steps and slowly walked towards the peak of the green peak. At the same time, a surge of spiritual energy spread out from his body as he observed the situation around him. Other than being serious about the Shao clan's first elder, he was also curious about him. It was inevitable for him to have any thoughts before he met the first elder. Under Xiao Yan's control, invisible spiritual energy spread out like a tide and swept across the forest in front of him. After his cultivation had advanced to the source ancestor level, Xiao Yan's spiritual energy had increased by quite a bit. Currently, it was comparable to an ordinary rank 7 alchemist. The magnitude of his spiritual energy went without saying. Relying on his powerful spiritual energy, the entire appearance of the Green Mountain before him quickly appeared in Xiao Yan's mind. Until a certain moment, buzz. Xiao Yan's forward footsteps suddenly paused. The expression on his face also changed slightly. There was an invisible barrier deep within the mountain forest that had actually forcefully blocked his spiritual strength. The moment his spiritual strength came into contact with the barrier, a stiff rebounding force immediately surged out. At the same time that his spiritual strength was forced back, a giddy feeling was swiftly transmitted into his mind. He panted for a moment before gradually recovering his calmness. Phew! What a shocking spiritual energy barrier. Fortunately, I did not force my way through. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have to pay a heavy price. Xiao Yan's tone was quite serious as he let out a low groan. He raised his head and eyed the mountain peak in front of him that was buried under the lush greenery. A glint flashed in his dark black eyes as he slowly exhaled. Immediately, his toes pressed gently on the ground and his body immediately shot out explosively, transforming into a black-colored ray of light that flew toward the deep regions of the mountain forest. Since his spiritual energy was unable to clearly explore the Green Mountain, he had no choice but to personally go up and take a look. Xiao Yan's body passed through the stone steps in a lightning-like manner. His blurry afterimage appeared a little strange in the dim shade of the trees. The swaying of the tree branches on both sides caused a chill to rise in one's heart. The cool breeze of the evening blew on Xiao Yan's face, causing him to be in high spirits. His sharp gaze swept across a certain spot in the surrounding dense forest without anyone noticing. His body continued to charge forward until a certain moment. Swish! All of a sudden, the sharp sound of rushing wind pierced through the air and arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. The stream of light had become rather fierce due to Genesis Qi, and it pierced through Xiao Yan's body in the blink of an eye. It shot into a nearby tree trunk and nailed into it. At a closer look, it was only a leaf as thin as a cicada. At almost the same time, a bewildered voice sounded from a certain spot in the dense forest. A few dozen feet in front of the stone steps, a blurry afterimage gradually solidified. When the figure stood up, it was without a doubt Xiao Yan. When he looked at the spot where the leaf had pierced, a blurry afterimage was slowly dissipating. Come out, there's no need to hide. Xiao Yan suddenly beckoned with his hand, his palm facing a certain spot in the dense forest. A suction force madly surged from his palm, and a hurricane howled as countless leaves were sucked into Xiao Yan's palm. With a gentle shake, the leaves abruptly exploded, transforming into countless streaks of light that shot into the dense forest to the front. Next, a figure swiftly shot out, dodging the leaves and gracefully landing on the stone steps like a spirit deer. Xiao Yan could not help but raise his brows at the sight of the person before him. The person standing before him was a graceful young lady. The young girl was wearing a red dress. Her skin was as white as snow, as if it could be broken by the wind. Her soft black hair was casually tied up with a simple silk ribbon, but it revealed a trace of charm. As the young lady was currently standing sideways, Xiao Yan was only able to see the side of her face. However, he was still able to sense her exquisite and somewhat soul-stirring beautiful silhouette. One could imagine that this lady's appearance was definitely at the level of a femme fatale. Although Xiao Yan had already sensed the person around him, he had not expected that this person would be a lady. Earlier, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had failed to detect the existence of this girl. It was likely that her aura had been purposely hidden by someone. Now that this girl had attacked, Xiao Yan could tell that this somewhat weak lady in front of him possessed the cultivation of a 2-star source zone. Who are you? There was not much gentleness in Xiao Yan's eyes when he saw the lovely figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him. Instead, his tone was slightly solemn as he asked. Xiao Yan naturally would not be polite to this kind of person who had launched a sneak attack. If he had not already sensed this girl's existence, he would have mercilessly taught her a lesson. I should be the one asking you this. The back mountain of the Shao clan is the first elder's training ground. Other than the clan leader and a few elders, no one else is allowed to enter. Why have you come here? The young lady's lively eyes sized up Xiao Yan as she spoke in a somewhat arrogant tone. Xiao Yan slowly nodded his head when he heard this. A strong person had taken action to help her hide her qi. She was still able to randomly pass through the deep regions of the mountain where ordinary people could not reach. It was likely that this girl was not an ordinary tribe member. I have been invited by the first elder to meet you. His gaze slowly swept across the young lady's exquisite and flawless face as he spoke in a flat tone. So you're Xiao Yan. You're the one who seriously injured Xiao Chuhang half a month ago. The young lady's eyes immediately brightened when she heard this, and she giggled with interest. At the same time, the Genesis Qi in her body began to circulate as light flashed in her lively eyes. There was a fiery look in her eyes. Hee, since you were able to defeat that guy, your cultivation must not be weak. Why don't you have a fight with me? If you win, I will let you in. Xiao Yan could not help but be somewhat stunned when he heard this. Before he could respond, the young lady's foot lightly pushed off the ground, and her figure instantly shot forward like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. She was the first to shoot towards Xiao Yan with a fierce gust of wind. N. Chapter 1394. Qi. In the girl's hand, the thin and smooth satin turned into a force as hard and heavy as steel. It broke through the restraints of the air and arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye, aiming straight for his chest. Surprise appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes in the face of the young lady's sharp attack. This girl appeared weak, but her control of her Genesis Qi was extremely precise. She was able to use every bit of her Genesis Qi precisely on the silk cloth. From this, one could see just how frightening her control of her own strength was. This also made Xiao Yan a little interested in her. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted into a faint arc as he looked at the fiery red cloth that was swiftly shot over. He rotated his hand and an invisible strength immediately gathered in his palm. He immediately pushed it forward and the empty space in front of him began to distort at this moment. An invisible hand vaguely seeped out of the empty space and collided with the cloth that was heading toward him with a bang. When the attack landed, the silk cloth was blocked. The expression on the young lady's face involuntarily changed slightly. The Xiao Yan in front of her appeared to be much stronger than she had imagined. At the very least, Xiao Chuhang would not be able to block this attack so easily. She lifted her head to look at the sky above the dense forest. Dusk had arrived, and the red clouds were roaring in the sky like a fire lion. It was almost time to meet the first elder's appointment. Hugh, as he turned his head, Xiao Yan slowly exhaled, looked up at the girl opposite him, and said with a smile, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, come on, what? The girl scrunched her brows together, and a look of suspicion came to her delicate face. If you can touch my body during this time, I will leave. The girl's face immediately turned blank when she heard Xiao Yan's words. Leave within 5 minutes? Although Xiao Yan's strength was indeed much stronger than Xiao Chuhang's, these words were similarly a little more arrogant than Xiao Chuhang's character. It seems that you're not much better than that guy. Both of you are equally arrogant and despotic. Since you said it yourself, don't blame me for not giving you any face. The young lady's pretty face carried a little gloominess as she let out a soft cry from between her teeth. Soon after, her lovely body twisted and her exquisite body transformed into a countless number of afterimages in midair. They swiftly surrounded Xiao Yan's body like a ghost. Fiery red satin shot out from the afterimages one after another and interweaved into a net, trapping Xiao Yan within it from the top of his head. Not even the slightest gap was revealed. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan would not even need 5 minutes. It was likely that he would be expelled from the back mountain in less than 1 minute. Xiao Yan nodded in a rare manner when he saw the scene in front of him. His eyes contained some acknowledgement. This exquisite agility and the tight satin. Under normal circumstances, this girl would already be an invincible existence among those of the same class. Unfortunately, the person she was facing today was different. Xiao Yan nodded his head. His eyes contained some acknowledgement. A bright light surged in his dark black eyes. The tens of thousands of illusions in front of him also disappeared. In front of the enormous spiritual strength, this shocking agility do technique of the young lady did not appear so dazzling. Chi! Suddenly, a satin flew out, tearing through the empty space like a sharp blade. At the same time, it was accompanied by a hurricane. From the looks of it, this girl had actually also grasped the great way of wind. A glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. The instant the silk cloth flew over, his body suddenly took a step to the left without any forewarning. Almost at the same time, the fire thread-like silk cloth also flew close to Xiao Yan's body and shot away. He dodged it. The young lady's expression changed slightly. Surprise flashed across her pretty eyes. Soon after, her two lily-white hands began to move as the Genesis chi in her body swiftly circulated. Two more satin threads shot out from the afterimages, joining together on the left and right as they pounced towards Xiao Yan once again. Xiao Yan merely chuckled in response to the girl's closely following attack. The tip of his foot gently pushed off the ground as his body somersaulted in the air, once again dodging the satin attacks. However, the thing that was different from earlier was that the instant Xiao Yan's body dodged the silk fabric that had tightly formed a net above and the two threads that crossed each other below swiftly drew close at this moment. One above and the other below, sandwiching Xiao Yan between them. Humph, let's see how you'll dodge this time. The young lady let out an icy chuckle. At this moment, Xiao Yan had nowhere to run. How could he possibly dodge her attack? In response, Xiao Yan's expression remained calm. His footsteps shifted as he instantly executed the sky extinction steps. His body leaned close to the fiery red satin that was about to fall as he brushed past the young lady. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on a nearby stone step as he looked towards the young lady with a faint smile. Although there was no way to dodge the satin threads, the young lady before him was Xiao Yan's greatest breakthrough point. Although the young lady's movement technique was rather mysterious and could create countless afterimages, it was completely useless against the prying eyes of one's spirit perception. Moreover, Xiao Yan's sky extinction steps was superior in terms of movement techniques. Hence, dodging the young lady's attacks was not difficult at all. At this moment, the young lady's expression gradually became solemn where she stood. She did not expect that her 3 consecutive attacks would actually be safely dodged by Xiao Yan with a slight advantage. This was especially the case earlier when the latter appeared to have seen through her agility. He did not even hesitate during the entire process. This point caused her to feel even more disbelief. After withdrawing the satin, the young lady turned her head to look at the smiling Xiao Yan. A feeling of being wronged rose in her heart. Her pair of pretty eyes were filled with anger. Clearly, she was quite dissatisfied with this result. How is it? Can you let me in now? Xiao Yan smiled. The young lady felt anger rise to her head when she heard this. Immediately, she lifted her delicate hands without any hesitation. Her 10 fingers formed a seal and an invisible flowing wind immediately surged in the surrounding empty space. Xiao Yan smiled. The young lady's anger rose when she heard this. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned slightly. He felt somewhat helpless in his heart. This girl was really stubborn. She was actually unwilling to admit defeat even at such a stage. In the next moment, great Dao technique, flying shadows. A delicate cry rang out. Subsequently, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly jumped. His expression also changed abruptly at this moment. The figure of the girl had actually disappeared from the spot. Even her aura in the world had instantly disappeared. What? His heart was instantly shocked. At this moment, even Xiao Yan's spirit strength was unable to detect the location of the girl. It was as if she had suddenly disappeared from the world. What a strange great Tao technique! Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. Just as he was about to flash and retreat, the empty space beside him suddenly distorted. A fiery red satin suddenly shot out at an astonishing speed. Chapter 1395. In the dense forest, Xiao Yan's face was solemn as he dodged several attacks from the satin. The expression on his face became more and more solemn. He seemed to have underestimated this girl's ability. She was actually able to hide herself between heaven and earth. The most shocking thing was that even his spiritual strength was unable to detect the existence of this girl. The fiery red silk cloth shot out from the empty space around Xiao Yan with a lightning-like speed. Its speed and strength were undoubtedly many times stronger than before. Although Xiao Yan was not afraid of this kind of strange attack really caused one's heart to feel terrified. He could not see the form, but he could see the attack. This feeling of being able to only rely on the opponent to attack indiscriminately was probably unbearable. Xiao Yan's majestic spiritual strength swept over the nearby mountain forest over and over again. However, he was still unable to sense the slightest unusual aura in the air. He could only allow the fiery red silk cloth to suddenly shoot over from an unknown position. Although this process was not sufficient to cause Xiao Yan to feel any heaviness, no one knew whether the girl still had other tricks up her sleeves. Suddenly, buzz! Somewhere in the void suddenly distorted and transformed. Xiao Yan's gaze instantly swept over and a nimble and delicate figure appeared in the void. However, before Xiao Yan could sigh in relief, the empty space on the other side once again became distorted. Another similar figure appeared. It was just like a chain reaction. Numerous figures continued to appear in the surrounding mountain forest. In the end, there were hundreds of them. However, what also shocked Xiao Yan was that among these hundreds of people, he was actually unable to detect which one was the real body. Wind-killing tribulation. Cold words were spat out from hundreds of mouths in unison, causing the entire world to tremble. When the hundreds of girls raised their slender fingers and tapped lightly in the void in front of them, a circle of ripples spread out like water waves. An invisible hurricane instantly enveloped the entire world, and the spatial ripples completely sealed off everyone. The terrifying hurricane rapidly condensed at the tip of the girl's finger, and finally turned into a little green light, trembling gently at the tip of her finger. The surrounding void was filled with the sound of wind. The moment the young lady's finger made contact with the green-colored glow, the green-colored light spot turned into a majestic and frightening energy light pillar in the blink of an eye. An instant later, it swiftly shrunk and agglomerated into a light beam that was only as thick as an arm. It carried a sharp sound of rushing air as it shot explosively toward Xiao Yan, who was currently in the middle of the 100 people. Xiao Yan, if you can dodge this move of mine, I'm willing to admit defeat. Hundreds of people spoke at the same time. Their voices sounded like bursts of Buddhist chanting, causing one's heart to feel uneasy. The energy contained within their words caused the nearby forest to tremble slightly. On the stone steps, Xiao Yan's gaze rapidly swept across the hundreds of beautiful figures in the surroundings. When he saw the green light beam shooting towards him, he could not help but reveal a look of shock. This girl was actually able to condense such an enormous amount of energy to such a small size. Her battle prowess was likely much more frightening than he had expected. However, Xiao Yan smiled at those figures with a slightly regretful expression. He looked at the countless light beams shooting towards him, but did not show any intention of dodging. Instead, he quietly watched the front. Even the girl was surprised by Xiao Yan's actions. If he did not dodge, even if Xiao Yan was also a Genesis sect expert, he would not be able to guarantee his survival. The next moment, Xiao Yan actually took a step back while the young lady was hesitating in her heart. At the same time, the empty space behind him strangely transformed into a dark black tent. His body entered the tent without causing the slightest ripple. Soon after, hundreds of green-colored energy light beams suddenly passed through the spot where Xiao Yan had been standing a moment ago. What? At this moment, the young lady's heart was suddenly shocked. Her mouth involuntarily let out an exclamation. She did not expect that Xiao Yan's body would disappear without any forewarning. Even these hundreds of afterimages of hers were unable to stop him. That just now, could it be, the void great way, the hundreds of illusions gradually dissipated. In the end, only the girl was left standing on the stone steps. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared blankly at the spot where Xiao Yan had disappeared. Her heart was filled with disbelief. She believed that her flying shadows was something that no one of the strong people of the same level could dodge. Even her father praised it greatly. Today, however, it was actually dodged by Xiao Yan in such an easy manner. Haha, you've lost. It's time for me to leave. On the stone steps not far behind the girl, Xiao Yan's figure slowly stepped out of the void. He gave the girl in front of him a slight teasing smile. Immediately, his body moved, and his body turned into a ray of light that swiftly flew into the depths of the mountain forest. This girl had wasted quite a lot of his time. Xiao Yan did not wish to leave a bad impression on the first elder of the Xiao clan during their first meeting. Hence, he had no choice but to quicken his pace. After Xiao Yan dashed away, the young lady finally turned around in a leisurely manner. A pair of pretty eyes that carried an aggrieved expression watched Xiao Yan's disappearing back. The back of her teeth were tightly clenched. Immediately, she stomped her feet with some hatred and let out an angry snort. After which, her lovely body moved and immediately transformed into a fiery red lightning that chased after the former. Xiao Yan, no matter what, I will defeat you today. Xiao Yan, who was running wildly up the mountain, suddenly sensed the aura that was swiftly chasing after him. The expression on his face involuntarily changed. It was unexpected that this girl possessed such speed. This was especially the case when he sensed the sinister gaze that the girl threw over. A chill appeared on his back. He did not dare to hesitate any longer as he unleashed the sky extinction steps and rushed toward the deep regions of the mountain forest at full speed. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp sound of rushing air was transmitted from beside Xiao Yan's ear. When his body turned, a ray of light brushed past Xiao Yan's ear, leaving behind a string of thumb-sized holes on a row of ancient trees in the distance. While he was secretly surprised, Xiao Yan cast a glance behind him from the corner of his eye, only to find that the girl had unknowingly caught up to him again. Her hands were forming a seal as Genesis Chi flowed at her fingertips. Beam after beam of light was continuously shot out, a look of unwillingness to give up. Xiao Yan felt rather helpless in this regard. He never imagined that he would end up provoking such an unreasonable person. This trip to the back mountain was likely going to be much more troublesome than he had imagined. Beams of light continued to shoot at him from behind. Xiao Yan could only dodge as he rapidly ran towards the depths of the mountain forest. This continued until a certain moment when the stone steps in the dusky mountain forest to his front broke, revealing a spacious clearing. On this clearing, a figure was currently seated with his back facing Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes instantly brightened when he saw that human figure. His body, which was dashing forward, became a little faster. At the same time, the hot-tempered pretty figure behind him also followed close behind. She appeared as though she would not rest until she was dead. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's figure had already leapt onto the clearing, arriving behind the figure. It was at this moment that a few more sonic booms were heard behind him. Xiao Yan's figure abruptly turned, narrowly avoiding them. In the next instant, the numerous arrow-like light beams shot toward the human figure in front of Xiao Yan after passing by him. At this moment, it was not only Xiao Yan. Even the young lady, who was following closely behind Xiao Yan, had also discovered the scene. Despite having the intention to stop it, it was already too late. However, just as Xiao Yan's and the girl's emotions were changing, the few beams of light strangely disappeared into the empty space with a ka-chi sound when they were 10 feet away from the figure. They merely carried a few circles of spatial ripples before completely disappearing. The figure slowly stood up. The girl quickly came to his side and carefully supported him. At the same time, a somewhat hoarse and shallow laughter was spat out. "Ha, you little girl. If you are willing to bet, just accept your loss. Why do you need to pester others? If it was someone else, they might not be so accommodating to you. Hearing this, the girl by the side could not help but blush. She immediately turned her head and stuck out her tongue at Xiao Yan behind her. Her mischievous appearance was somewhat adorable. As he spoke, the old man turned around and faced Xiao Yan. At this moment, the latter was looking at the person in front of him with a heart full of shock. Those energy beams from before were something that even he could not completely ignore. However, he did not expect that he could not even get close to this old man. From this, one could see how frightening his cultivation was. You are Xiao Yan? The old man slowly opened his mouth. The latter did not dare to slight him and hurriedly responded. Only then did the old man nod his head with a satisfied smile. I am Xiao Zhen, the first elder of the Xiao clan. After so many years, we finally meet. Chapter 1396. Under the starlight, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in front of a green rock in a mountain forest. An old man sat opposite him. Not far away, there was a delicate figure squatting on the ground in boredom. Two white jade-like hands were supporting her delicate chin. Her quick-witted eyes would occasionally sweep back and forth between the two people in front of her. When she looked at Xiao Yan, she could not help but softly spit a few words. Regarding this, the two people in front of her treated it as nothing. This girl is indeed a little unruly. Even her father can't do anything about it. Don't take the matter from before to heart. Xiao Zhen smiled as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was sitting upright, and said with a smile. The old man's smiling appearance was very different from the slightly shocking appearance from before. His white hair appeared like a waterfall under the silver moon. A pair of deep eyes emitted a bright light in the night. The pitch-black pupils seemed to be able to see through the world, causing people to feel a sense of awe. Hearing this, Xiao Yan hurriedly shook his head with a smile and said, "First elder is too serious." The old man smiled and nodded. On the other hand, the little girl at the side had an unforgiving expression as she snorted, If he dares to bully me, I'll tell my father to chase him out of the clan." When these words came out, Xiao Yan was instantly speechless. His gaze looked at Xiao Zhen, who was opposite him, and revealed a strange expression. Isn't this girl a little too arrogant? Although her cultivation talent is not bad, her temper is a little too much. Don't mind it. Although the clan leader is spoiling her, it is not to that extent. If this girl goes overboard in the future, it is reasonable for her to be taught a lesson. Xiao Zhen fondled his beard and smiled. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, nearly choked when he heard these words. Only then did he understand in his heart that this girl was actually the daughter of the clan leader, Xiao Yuheng. No wonder she was so unruly and willful. Seeing the change in Xiao Yan's expression, the girl could not help but laugh. Her pair of beautiful eyes revealed some pride. Remember, this young lady is called Xiao Linger. If you dare bully me again, I'll ask the patriarch to deal with you. Xiao Ling raised her head and pouted at Xiao Yan as if she was showing off. However, Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would have thought that this girl, who looked a little crazy, was actually the daughter of the Xiao clan leader? Xiao Zhen still had a warm expression on his face as he continued. Other than wanting to meet you, I also want to hear a clear answer from you. Are you willing to join the Xiao clan? After recovering from his shock, Xiao Yan heard Xiao Zhen's words and hesitated a little. He glanced at Xiao Linger, who had a curious expression on her face, and said with a smile, "As long as the clan leader doesn't chase me out of the clan, I will forever be a member of the Xiao clan." As soon as these words came out, the girl's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly burst out with ferocity. However, the old man had a satisfied expression and laughed a few times. He nodded and said, "In that case, this old man can be at ease. In the future, if you have any needs in the clan, you can ask the clan leader and me. If we can satisfy your needs, we won't be stingy." Xiao Yan nodded respectfully. The old man pondered for a while before continuing, "As for Xiao Xiao, you don't have to worry about him. As for Xiao Feng, I hope that you won't take it to heart. What you saw wasn't his true nature. It's just that he values his younger brother too much, it's just a spar. Xiao Yan naturally won't mind. Hearing this, the old man could not help but praise. Such a temperament was definitely top-notch among the younger generation. Thinking of this, Xiaozhen could not help but turn his head to look at the girl by the side again. He laughed mockingly. Ling Er, Xiao Yan's temperament is worth imitating. Ling Er ignored the old man's mockery. Instead, she made a funny face at Xiao Yan. After that, she turned around and ignored the two of them. Xiao Yan smiled. He had a better impression of this slightly mischievous girl in front of him. Also, regarding the clan meeting, I wonder what your thoughts are? Xiao Yan changed the topic. At the same time, Ling Er also turned her head slightly and looked at Xiao Yan from the corner of her eyes. She seemed to be waiting for his reply. Great Elder, don't worry. The clan meeting is a grand occasion of the clan. Xiao Yan naturally won't be absent. Xiao Yan smiled. His words had already placed himself in the position of a member of the Xiao clan. This caused the smile on Xiao Zhen's face to become even wider. Yes, it's naturally a good thing that you are willing to participate in the clan meeting. However, before that, this old man has to remind you of something. Xiao Yan is all ears. He cupped his hands respectfully towards the old man in front of him. The old man nodded and smiled. Soon after, he frowned and slowly said, although you and Xiao Xian have both entered the clan, only the clan leader and a portion of the elders in the clan can truly acknowledge you. The rest of the people have some reservations about your identities. Therefore, you will face some obstructions in the clan meeting this time, and it won't be easy. Although Xiao Xian has proven his strength to the entire clan in his battle with Xiao Feng, but, at this point, the great elder could not help but pause. His gaze met Xiao Yan's for a few seconds. When he saw that the latter did not have any emotions, he sighed helplessly and continued speaking. Sigh, but he is still the Origin Emperor. This is an indisputable fact. If you want to obtain the clan's acknowledgement and shut their mouths, you have to personally prove it to them with your strength. Otherwise, even if the clan leader appears, he may not be able to achieve any results. Xiao Yan was silent when he heard this. He nodded slightly and roughly remembered these words in his heart. In this way, even if he was willing to join the Xiao clan, it would not be easy for him to obtain a place here. Since all of you want to prove it, I will use this clan meeting to tell all of you the answer. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. A sharp glint flashed across his dark black eyes. A fiery hot emotion surged within his chest. A silent explosive cry did not disappear from the bottom of his heart for a long time. Cuckoo, since you are confident, this old man will not worry too much. Additionally, there is a place that I hope you can make a trip to when you have the time. That place has something that can help you raise your strength. The old man nodded. The words that followed caused Xiao Yan to raise his eyebrows slightly. The Inner Sky Pavilion. Most of the clan's chi methods and do skills are stored there. There is a scroll called the Fire God's Fury. Together with the Wind God's Fury and the Lightning God's Fury, they are known as the three Fury Gods of our Xiao clan. This can be considered the greatest help this old man can give you in participating in the clan meeting. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately brightened when these words were uttered. He had personally experienced the might of the Wind God's Fury. Naturally, he was able to understand the strength of that do skill. It was likely that it belonged to the high tier even among the E-class do skills. Since this so-called Fire God's Fury was equally famous as it was naturally not difficult to imagine how strong it was. If he was able to master this Fire God's Fury, it might become another great trump card of his. Xiao Yan slowly stood up when the moon was high in the sky. After chatting for a long time with the old man in front of him, he had gained a greater understanding of the Xiao clan and the other factions in the middle region. Although it was already halfway through the night, he still had a refreshed appearance. On the other hand, Xiao Linger had a sleepy appearance. How could she have noticed what they were chatting about? Thank you, First Elder, for your guidance today. Xiao Yan will take his leave now. Cuckoo, go ahead. You can come and find this old man if you need anything. The old man smiled and nodded. Xiao Yan replied. He glanced at the sleepy Xiao Linger before turning around and swiftly walking back the way he had come. Chapter 1397. When Xiao Yan returned to the pavilion, he saw Xiao Xian waiting in the main hall. When the two of them met, Xiao Yan naturally told Xiao Xian about his meeting with the first elder. The latter nodded slightly upon hearing this. Xiao Xian nodded slightly upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. Soon after, he laughed softly and slowly said to Xiao Yan, "There are only 3 people in the clan who have a grudge against you and me. Without mentioning the others, you need to pay special attention to them." Who? Xiao Yan immediately frowned upon hearing this. To be mentioned by Xiao Xian, the status of these 3 people in the Xiao clan was likely extraordinary. The 3 elders in charge of the inner pavilion are Xiao Gan, Xiao Jinghong, and Xiao Dingtian. They are in charge of the inner pavilion, and other than the patriarch and the 10 great elders, no one else in the clan can match up to them. The arrangements for the clan meeting are all personally planned by them, and they are quite concerned about the 2 of us. If we are unable to participate in the clan meeting, then it must be their doing. If that is the case, wouldn't our willingness to participate in the clan gathering be? There is no need to be too worried. Now that the return to source technique is complete, as long as I am able to break through to source ancestor within half a year, the pressure on the 3 of them will naturally lessen. At that time, with the support of the clan leader and the first elder, they will not be able to do much. Before Xiao Yan could finish speaking, Xiao Xian smiled in a slightly comforting manner. However, Xiao Xian's words did not make Xiao Yan feel relaxed. Instead, it made him feel an even greater pressure in his heart. Although the former's words were light, the prerequisite for them to participate in the clan gathering was that Xiao Xian had to break through to source ancestor within half a year. Given his current situation, it was unknown just how long it would take for him to break through to source ancestor. If he went overboard, even if he could break through to source ancestor, it would likely cause an irreversible impact on Xiao Xian's cultivation. One could imagine how difficult it would be. What are the identities of the 10 great elders? After coming back to his senses, Xiao Yan focused on Xiao Xian's words again. The 10 great elders are made up of the previous cabinet elders, led by the great elder. Among the remaining people, you have only seen the 3rd elder, Xiao Mingyuan. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Mingyuan to have such an identity in the Xiao clan. However, although the 10 great elders are above the inner pavilion elders, they are all in charge of their own affairs and do not care about the internal affairs of the clan. Naturally, they will not interfere in the clan meeting. This time, if the 3rd elder is not related to you and me, he would not be able to interfere. The first elder is biased towards the clan leader's side. However, just these alone are not enough. Xiao Xian slowly shook his head. He naturally understood Xiao Yan's meaning. However, at this moment, they could only rely on themselves. Any external help might end up becoming a reason for those elders to reprimand them. Xiao Yan frowned as he quickly pondered in his heart. In that case, it was inevitable that Xiao Xian's cultivation would break through to the origin ancestor level within half a year. Otherwise, they would not be able to participate in the clan meeting. Compared to the former, Xiao Xian was much calmer. Seeing the slightly grave expression on Xiao Yan's face, he smiled faintly and changed the topic. Don't worry, there is still some time before the clan meeting. We can still make it in time. Let's put this matter aside for now. Before that, the most important thing is to go to the hidden sky pavilion and obtain the fire god's fury. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded heavily. He was also quite interested in the fire god's fury. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan's heart suddenly jolted as if he had thought of something. His eyes slowly narrowed as he pondered. The hidden sky pavilion, as the Xiao clan's library, there should be quite a number of pill formulas in there, right? It's not just a few. Among the 3 great clans, the number of high-tier pill formulas that the Xiao clan possesses is comparable to the other 2 clans combined. In fact, they might even have more. As long as it is a pill formula below rank 8, the Xiao clan will not have anything that our Xiao clan does not have. Xiao Xian smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was a little surprised by the Shao clan's collection. At the same time, his heart also jolted slightly. If this was the case, he might not have to worry about the pill formulas that he needed. The next day, Xiao Yan walked leisurely on a spacious road. From time to time, he would turn his head and look into the distance. When he crossed the road, he could see a large number of pavilions scattered about. The endless forest surrounded the entire Shao clan. Although he was far away, Xiao Yan could clearly see some huge stone towers that emerged from the forest. They stood in a mysterious position in the forest. It was not difficult to guess that it should be some kind of great array. At the same time, the members of the Shao clan who passed by on both sides of the road were also looking at this person who had caused a commotion in the clan not long ago. Curiosity surfaced on their faces and some of their eyes were filled with hostility. From the looks of it, the elders of the clan were not the only ones who were against him. Even the ordinary disciples of the Shao clan were affected. Xiao Yan could not help but shrug his shoulders helplessly when he sensed the strange gazes around him. He did not have the time to think about the mystery of the stone towers. Immediately, he changed his footsteps and executed the sky extinction step. In the blink of an eye, his body turned into a black streamer. Before the disciples of the Shao clan could react, he had already disappeared at the end of the street. After a while, Xiao Yan walked through the streets and the surroundings became increasingly spacious. Finally, a huge pavilion appeared in front of him. A huge pavilion stood majestically in the spacious open space. Xiao Yan lifted his head and looked at the magnificent pavilion in front of him. He could not help but shake his head in amazement. On the plaque of the huge pavilion, there were 3 rather ancient words, Profound Sky Pavilion. The plaque was completely black, but it faintly reflected a little bit of golden light, revealing a vicissitude and ancient mysterious aura. Inner Sky Pavilion was one of the most important places in the Shao clan. It carried the ancient inheritance of the Shao clan for countless years. It was a place that every member of the Shao clan yearned to visit. However, as the most important place in the Shao clan, the defense of this place seemed to be a little too weak. At the very least, from Xiao Yan's point of view, there was no one guarding the Inner Sky Pavilion. Even the door, which had many signs of wear and tear, seemed to be a little loose. It seemed as though it would fall off at any time. Xiao Yan stood in front of the door. He hesitated for a moment before he respectfully cupped his hands together and bowed at the pavilion in front of him. He took a deep breath before he lifted his feet and walked to the door. He was about to push the door of the pavilion open. It was also at this moment that, stop right there. How can an outsider like you step into the important place of the Shao clan? Chapter 1398. Just as Xiao Yan was about to lift his hand and open the door in front of the Inner Sky Pavilion, a cold cry was suddenly emitted from behind him. The dense words carried a sense of arrogance. Although he had not seen the person, he could tell that this fellow was definitely not a good person. Xiao Yan frowned slightly and slowly turned around. His gaze immediately landed on a young man. The two of them looked at each other before he spoke in an indifferent voice. Who are you? Shao clan, Shao Tian. The young man lifted his chin slightly and coldly replied. 9-star origin emperor. Not bad. Xiao Yan nodded his head gently. His gaze swept up and down the young man's body as he gave his evaluation with a soft smile. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze, turned around and pushed open the door of the Inner Sky Pavilion. He lifted his foot and was about to step into it. Stop right there. Don't you understand what I have said? You are not allowed to enter this place. Xiao Tian's expression immediately sunk when he saw that Xiao Yan actually ignored his words. At the same time, a cold cry was emitted from his mouth. His foot stomped on the ground and his body immediately charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Xiao Yan and grabbed his shoulder. Buzz! Xiao Yan's shoulder shook gently the moment Xiao Tian's hand landed. A surge of surging energy immediately swept out from within his body and instantly forced Xiao Tian's body back. Xiao Yan's foot, which was about to land on the pavilion, also stopped and withdrew. After which, he turned around and looked at Xiao Tian. who had been forced back dozens of feet. His tone was slightly deep as he said, "It is not up to you to judge whether I am a member of the Shao clan or not. It is also not up to you to decide whether I have the qualifications to enter the Inner Sky Pavilion. However, if you wish to find trouble, I am happy to accompany you." Xiao Yan slowly stepped forward as his voice sounded. The aura that covered the surface of his body rose with each step he took forward. His dense gaze also landed on the latter's body. After the matter 2 days ago, Xiao Yan's heart clearly understood that if he wished to gain a foothold in the Shao clan, the most effective method was to continue to prove himself and defeat all those who opposed him. The right to speak would naturally land in his hands. Today, he would treat this Xiao Tian as a good start. Xiao Tian's heart involuntarily trembled when he sensed Xiao Yan's gaze. Soon after, he coldly snorted. His gaze suddenly turned cold as a powerful aura spread out from his body. "Xiao Yan, I am aware that you are a Yuanzong. However, others may be afraid of you, but I am not. I have heard that you have defeated Xiao Chuhang. In that case, allow me to see just how great your ability is today." Xiao Yan involuntarily lifted his eyebrows when he heard this. He could not help but feel curious about Xiao Chuhang's position in the Shao clan. Could it be that this fellow was the standard to measure the strength of the younger generation in the Shao clan? Why would everyone mention him before they fought? Xiao Tian's body shook after his cry sounded. Scarlet red flames immediately spurted out from the pores all over his body. In the blink of an eye, the flames covered his entire body. A scorching temperature caused the air in the area to become much drier. Great Dao skill, furious storm. While the seal between Xiao Tian's hands was changing, numerous fire curtains were formed in the space around him in the blink of an eye. Soon after, they covered his body in succession. The surprising thing was that with the support of these fire curtains, what was agglomerating on Xiao Tian's body was not some powerful Do skill. Instead, it was wave after wave of extremely powerful energy aura. With the support of this energy aura, Xiao Tian's cultivation had actually crossed the boundary of the Origin Emperor and reached the level of a Yuanzong. Fierce flames crazily burned on the surface of his body. Xiao Tian's aura also became increasingly frightening as the fire curtains gathered. In the end, his aura was actually close to that of a 3-star Yuanzong. It is actually a great Dao skill that can raise one's strength. How frightening, Xiao Yan exclaimed in his heart. He had never imagined that there would actually be such a shocking great Dao skill in this world. It was actually able to allow a peak Origin Emperor expert to directly cross the boundary of 3 stars. Great Dao skills were different from ordinary Do skills. They would become increasingly powerful as the strength of the practitioner and the great Dao power increased. If the great Dao skills that they were currently using were equivalent to an E-class Do skill, then once Xiao Tian's strength completely matured in the future, the increase that his great Dao skills would bring would be unimaginable. "Xiao Yan, let's fight." Bright red flames filled Xiao Tian's eyes. The glass flames were like a god that was inspecting the world. They carried an incomparably arrogant aura that caused others to involuntarily feel sluggish. "It must be said that this great Dao skill of yours is the most shocking one that I have ever seen. Unfortunately, flames are useless against me, arrogant person. The reason that Xiao Chuhang lost to you was because he was not strong enough. Since his fury of the wind god was unable to defeat you, today, I will use the fury of the fire god to show the might of my Shao clan." Xiao Tian coldly snorted when he heard the words from Xiao Yan's mouth. As his words sounded, he swiftly raised both his palms. His 10 fingers moved together and flames that reached the sky immediately surged. A bright red huge virtual image also swiftly agglomerated behind him. Fury of the Fire God. Xiao Yan involuntarily shook his head when he saw this. He helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Only then did he slowly raise his right hand. He opened his palm and a thought passed through his mind. Soon after, a puff sound followed and a cluster of pale purple-colored flame rose from his palm. Almost at this instant, an invisible strange aura instantly swept out. The originally incomparably hot space seemed to have a layer of raging flames burning. The entire place was so dry that it was about to explode. Buzz. The expression on Xiao Tian's face instantly froze when he saw the flame in Xiao Yan's palm. His eyes were like copper bells as he stared at the cluster of flames. His expression was filled with disbelief. This is a heavenly flame? Xiao Tian felt his heart suddenly skip a beat when the two words heavenly flame were spat out. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Although he knew that Xiao Yan was a Genesis sect expert, he did not know that the latter actually possessed a heavenly flame. It was currently the most difficult energy to capture in this world. So what if it is a heavenly flame? Meet my fury of the fire god. Although he was shocked, he had no choice but to release the arrow that was knocked on the bow. The fury of the fire god had already been formed. If he stopped now, what difference would it be from fleeing? Xiao Yan smiled slightly when he heard this. Immediately, his feet gently stomped on the ground. With a thought, a sharp and overbearing golden light immediately flourished. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a metal giant. The purple flame in its palm also burst apart with a puff sound, transforming into purple flames that filled the sky and swiftly enveloped the golden body. The giant elephant's skill was only a matter of thought for the current Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan took a gentle step forward as he watched the fury of the fire god that was charging toward him while carrying a fierce flame. His enormous hand clenched in the air and a purple-colored flame immediately agglomerated in his palm, wrapping around his entire fist. He no longer used any Do techniques. He merely relied on the strength of the heavenly flame to suddenly throw a punch forward. Bang! When the two collided, the frightening force contained in the fist instantly erupted. The raging purple flame immediately poured out like a tsunami and directly swallowed all the strength in the fury of the fire god. Not only that, the might of the punch had scattered the fury of the fire god in the short span of a few breaths. Bang! After the fury of the fire god was broken, Xiao Tian's body was uncontrollably sent flying by the remaining strength in the fury of the fire god. If Xiao Yan had not held back, it was likely that this attack alone would have caused Xiao Tian to be seriously injured. Just as Xiao Tian's body was forced back by Xiao Yan's punch, a somewhat shriveled hand was placed on his shoulder without any warning. The powerful force that should have landed on his body was easily neutralized by another force. Chapter 1399. Brat, my Xiao clan will not allow you to act so presumptuously. After Xiao Tian's retreating figure was stopped, a faint elderly voice was unhurriedly transmitted from behind him. When Xiao Yan focused his gaze, he saw that an old man in a brocade robe had unknowingly appeared behind Xiao Tian. At this moment, a pair of turbid old eyes were staring at Xiao Tian from afar. His eyes were sharp. An invisible strength swept out in a vast and mighty manner the instant the old man's voice sounded. It was like a wave that instantly struck Xiao Yan's golden body. In merely an instant, it caused the giant elephant's skill to collapse. Xiao Yan, who was under it, was also exposed. This scene naturally caused some shock to surge into Xiao Yan's heart. The strength of this old man in front of him was indeed frightening. With just a single sentence, he had broken Xiao Yan's golden body. Moreover, from the sound of his words, it seemed that he was also one of their opponents. It was also at this moment that Xiao Tian, who had been stabilized by the old man, regained his senses. The instant he turned his head, he saw the old man behind him. Joy swiftly surged onto his face. Grandfather, you are here. Yes, the old man smiled at Xiao Tian before slowly saying, you must be careful in the future. Although your great Dao power is extremely powerful and you do not need to fear an ordinary origin zone, he is an exception since both of you are of the fire attribute. Xiao Tian's face was solemn as he nodded when he heard this. After the exchange earlier, he had also come to understand just how frightening a heavenly flame was. Within the entire clan, there was hardly anyone from the same generation who could receive the attack he had just unleashed, even if they were experts from the source zone. Moreover, Xiao Yan had done it with such ease. From this, one could tell just how frightening a heavenly flame's suppression of an ordinary flame was. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was opposite the two of them, narrowed his eyes as he stared at the two of them. No wonder this old man had such a gaze the moment he appeared. It turns out that he was Xiao Tian's grandfather. With this thought, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly sank as he felt that something was amiss. If Xiao Tian alone was unable to stop him from entering the hidden sky pavilion, it was likely that everything would be different now that this old man had appeared. You are Xiao Yan? The old man's gaze turned back and once again looked at Xiao Yan, who had dispersed his golden body. He took half a step forward and in the next instant, his body had already appeared a short distance away from Xiao Yan. A pair of turbid eyes sized up the latter while his expression was filled with indifference. This young one is Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's heart secretly shivered in the face of this old man's frightening speed. He clenched his teeth as quickly as he could as he calmed his mind as he cupped his hands together in a respectful manner as he spoke. Huh. Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to intimidate Xiao Yan. However, he did not expect the person in front of him to still have such a calm appearance. Even with the old man's rock-like character, he could not help but feel a little surprised when he saw this. Among the younger generation that he had seen, there were very few people who had such a character. Even so, it was ultimately difficult to change his position. Your ancestor was promoted to an inner sect elder by the clan head as an exception. I believe that he must have told you quite a lot about the clan situation. You should be familiar with the name Xiao Jinghong. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly tightened when the old man's voice sounded. The expression on his face involuntarily changed. Xiao Jinghong. He remembered that he had heard Xiao Xian mention last night that he was one of the 3 inner sect elders and also the biggest obstacle to them joining the Xiao clan. He did not expect to meet him in just one night. Xiao Jinghong smiled with satisfaction when he saw the change in Xiao Yan's expression. He continued speaking. Xiao Yan, this old man will not say any more nonsense. However, there is one thing. This hidden sky pavilion is an important place of our Xiao clan. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Although the blood of our Xiao clan flows in your body, you do not have the right to enter before you officially become a member of our Xiao clan. As expected, Xiao Yan frowned tightly as he quietly said to himself. At the same time, he could not help but feel a little helpless. The inner sect elder held a high position in the clan. Other than the clan head, no one could control him. Xiao Jinghong's words had naturally sealed off all of Xiao Yan's paths. If he was unable to enter the hidden sky pavilion today, it was likely that he would not have another chance in the future. Therefore, you should return. Xiao Jinghong faintly said. His gaze was calm as he looked at Xiao Yan. Both of his eyes narrowed, as though he was waiting for the latter's reaction. At this moment, a somewhat domineering delicate voice suddenly sounded. Why should I return? Since I have come, it is only natural that I should go in and take a look. I can't possibly leave dejectedly just because of your words. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily brightened when he heard that familiar voice. He turned his head and looked over. Sure enough, he saw a lovely and pretty human figure walking over from a spot not far from them. Her intelligent eyes were withdrawn from Xiao Jinghong and immediately landed on the former. Her smiling face appeared to be harmless to humans and animals. However, whenever Xiao Yan recalled what had happened yesterday evening, his heart did not dare to be careless with this girl. This person was Xiao Linger, whom he had exchanged blows with yesterday. Even with Xiao Jinghong's status as an elder of the inner sect, he could not help but frown when he saw Xiao Linger. His gaze turned and he immediately began to quietly ponder in his heart. We meet again. Today, you will owe me a big favor. The young lady still had the same mischievous appearance as yesterday when she arrived in front of Xiao Yan. She giggled at the former. Xiao Yan also hurriedly cupped his hands together and thanked her in response. Just by looking at the young lady's appearance, he knew that he did not need to worry about the following matters. Linger, regardless of how arrogant you are usually, the hidden sky pavilion has its own rules. As an outsider, Xiao Yan does not have the qualifications to enter. Xiao Tian swiftly stepped forward from beside Xiao Jinghong and said in a low and deep tone. Xiao Jinghong frowned and looked at his grandson. He opened his mouth slightly but was unable to say anything. After which, he looked at Xiao Yan and Xiao Linger on the opposite side. Xiao Tian, whether Xiao Yan is an outsider or not, this does not seem to be something for you to say. Moreover, whether he can enter the Hidden Sky Pavilion or not is not up to you to decide. Hearing these two sentences again, Xiao Tian's entire face instantly became green. He hesitated for a moment and was about to open his mouth again when he was stopped by Xiao Jinghong by the side. Linger, tell me. What is going on? Seeing this, Xiao Linger curled her lips and smiled. First Elder has given the order to allow Xiao Yan to enter the Hidden Sky Pavilion. No one is allowed to stop him. After these words were spoken, Xiao Jinghong nodded his head with an ugly expression. Although he had already guessed this result, personally hearing Xiao Linger's explanation still caused him to feel a little astonished. From the looks of it, the First Elder should have seen Xiao Yan. Xiao Jinghong let out a long breath. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the former again. He said doubtfully, "Girl, you can't lie to me. Did the First Elder really say these words to you?" Hearing this, the expression on Xiao Linger's pretty face suddenly became slightly serious. After which, she hurriedly took out a white jade tablet from her storage ring. Shockingly, the word Xiao was written on it. "This is the jade tablet that the First Elder gave me. Why don't you take a look?" When she said this, the young girl's throat involuntarily rolled. In the next moment, just as Xiao Jinghong was about to raise his hand to take the jade tablet, his gaze suddenly changed. The movement of his hand also immediately stopped. After which, he deeply looked at Xiao Yan and Xiao Linger. Ignoring Xiao Tian's insistence, he quickly brought them away from this place. Chapter 1400. Grandfather, from that girl's actions earlier, it is obvious that she has a guilty conscience. As long as we can prove that the jade token does not belong to the First Elder, then Xiao Yan, there is no need. Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Tian were slowly walking on a wide street. Their turbid old eyes casually swept over the young clan members who were respectfully greeting them. Xiao Jinghong slowly shook his head when he heard Xiao Tian's words and replied indifferently. A suspicious expression involuntarily appeared on Xiao Tian's face when he heard this. Before Xiao Tian could ask, the former quickly opened his mouth and said, "That jade token does not belong to the First Elder." I was already aware of this from her reaction when she heard my words. However, the one who can truly stop us is not her. Not Ling Er? Then could it be? Xiao Tian seemed to have understood something when Xiao Jinghong's words were spoken. Within the Xiao clan, there were only a few people who could cause this inner pavilion leader to back off. The former did not explain any further in response. Instead, he slowly stopped and his turbid eyes once again landed on Xiao Tian. His tone changed as he said, "Tian, what do you think about the fight with Xiao Yan earlier?" Xiao Tian was at a loss when Xiao Jinghong suddenly asked this question. He mused for a moment before replying truthfully, "He is very strong. At the very least, I am no match for him in terms of attributes. A heavenly flame is really too frightening." In the past, Xiao Tian might have underestimated this kind of thing that only existed in legends. However, after the clash with Xiao Yan earlier, he completely understood how frightening a heavenly flame was. Who would not be afraid of the strongest energy in the world? What if we disregard the heavenly flame? Xiao Jinghong gently nodded and asked again. This time, the expression on Xiao Tian's face involuntarily tightened. His brows were tightly knit together as his eyes stared at the empty space in front of him. The arrogant aura that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier once again surfaced in his mind. After a dozen breaths, he finally spoke in a solemn tone. "He's definitely the strongest two-star origin sect expert I've ever seen. If Xiao Chuhang is compared to him, then even 10 of him wouldn't be able to compare to him. Even though I don't want to admit it, this is the truth." Because of his grandfather, even though Xiao Tian did not have a good impression of Xiao Yan, he did not quibble about the truth that he had experienced. A loss was a loss. There was no point in quibbling. Xiao Jinghong raised his eyebrows in some surprise when he heard this. He was naturally aware of his grandson's arrogance. Although his grandson's cultivation had yet to step into the origin ancestor class, his combat strength was not inferior to a 2-star origin ancestor. The number of people in the current clan who could defeat him could be counted with one's fingers. However, he was able to have such a high evaluation of Xiao Yan, whom he had met for the first time. This was sufficient to see how powerful Xiao Yan's cultivation was. Xiao Jinghong could not help but feel a little curious about Xiao Yan when he thought of this in his heart. Even though he still did not acknowledge Xiao Yan's identity as a member of the Xiao clan until now, his powerful combat strength was sufficient to cause him to have a whole new level of respect for Xiao Yan. Of course, whether Xiao Yan had the qualifications to join the clan was another matter. At the same time, in front of the inner sky pavilion, Xiao Linger also resentfully withdrew the jade tablet that she was tightly clenching in her jade-like hands. She secretly sighed in relief in her heart. While the expression on her pretty face relaxed, her pretty eyes once again looked at Xiao Yan beside her. Her expression changed as she playfully laughed. "Remember, you owe me a favor." Xiao Yan smiled. A mocking expression flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Immediately, his face became serious as he said, "Isn't that the jade tablet's owner's possession? Isn't that jade pendant the Grand Elder's? If anything, it should be the Grand Elder's favor." "Why, all right, if you don't want to enter the inner sky pavilion, you can take it that way. I will call them back now." The young lady immediately curled her lips coldly when she heard this. She turned around and was about to leave. Xiao Yan was speechless. He hurriedly pulled her back and bitterly laughed. "I admit defeat. I must enter the inner sky pavilion. What about the favor?" The young lady immediately smiled. Her pretty face was filled with a victorious expression. The loss that she had suffered at the hands of Xiao Yan the day before yesterday could be considered to have been repaid. "The favor is naturally yours. This should be fine, right?" He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Xiao Yan's face was filled with helplessness. This girl really held a grudge. Hearing this, the young lady chuckled. Then, she led the way and walked straight to the entrance of the inner sky pavilion. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment. His gaze inexplicably swept across the sky above his head. After that, he slightly bowed towards a certain direction before following closely behind. When the two of them arrived in front of the inner sky pavilion and looked at the half-open door, Xiao Yan slowly let out a sigh of relief. His mood also relaxed a little. "All right, you can go in. Remember that you owe me a favor." The young lady stopped and gently waved her hand, indicating for Xiao Yan to enter. "What, you're not going in?" Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing suspicion in his eyes. However, the young lady shook her head and said, "There are rules in the inner sky pavilion. Unless there is permission, or there is a grand occasion in the clan, no one is allowed to enter. So that's how it is." Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but think of the scene when Xiao Tian made a move earlier. That guy was indeed in a hurry. At this moment, when he connected it with Ling Er's words, it turned out that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop him after entering the inner sky pavilion. After thinking through this point, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated. At the same time, he pushed open the door in front of him and stepped in. The originally bright line of sight in front of him suddenly darkened at this moment. It was as if there was a special power sweeping across his body. Everything about him seemed to be completely exposed under this power. Just as Xiao Yan was secretly surprised in his heart, the voice of the young lady outside the door sounded again. "Remember my favor. After you come out, I want you to do something for me." "Okay, I promise you." Also, turning his head to look at the door that was about to close and the delicate figure that was about to be isolated, Xiao Yan slowly smiled and said, "The matter of your jade token can't be hidden from Xiao Jinghong." After these words were spoken, the door of the inner sky pavilion was tightly shut. The expression on the face of the young lady outside the door suddenly froze when she heard these words. At the same time, in the back mountain of the Xiao clan, the old man who was seated faintly smiled. He looked at a cup of tea that was placed on a flat green rock in front of him. His eyes were filled with a special charm. If one were to look carefully, one would discover that the scene reflected by the tea in the cup was currently outside the inner sky pavilion. The moment the door of the inner sky pavilion was tightly shut, an ancient and desolate aura came rushing over. This caused Xiao Yan to hurriedly focus his attention. He didn't dare to have any other thoughts. After a few breaths, Xiao Yan finally inhaled a deep breath. He lifted his head and scanned the scene in front of him. Chapter 1401. Unlike the squarish pavilion that one could see in the outside world, the space within the inner sky pavilion was circular in shape. At a glance, the entire space appeared extremely spacious. There was only a spiral staircase in the middle of the hall that led to the second floor. The incomparably hard black walls surrounding the hall were divided into countless orderly storage cabinets. At every set distance, there would be an empty space between the storage cabinets. Huge words of different colors were engraved on the cabinets. These words corresponded to Qi methods and Do skills of different grades and attributes. In this hall, the one with the highest grade had reached the level of a human class Qi method and Do skill. At a glance, the countless number of storage cabinets were filled to the brim with various Qi methods and Do skills. The collection of the Shao clan could really be described with the word terrifying. Unfortunately, the things that Xiao Yan needed clearly did not exist in this hall on the first floor. After exclaiming in his heart, Xiao Yan took a step forward and directly stepped onto the staircase that led to the second floor. Compared to the first floor, the space on the second floor was a little smaller. Even the way the items were displayed had changed. Other than the storage cabinets on the walls, there were also rows of storage shelves that were made of the same material as the walls. Even the items that were stored on the shelves had an additional category of medicinal pills. The grades of all the items on the second floor had stepped into the spirit class. Even some of the medicinal pills had reached the level of a Tier 7 medicinal pill. When he reached the third floor, the space in the hall became increasingly smaller. The Qi methods here had also reached the E class. The air was filled with waves of pill fragrance. Relying on this, Xiao Yan judged that the medicinal pill stored on this floor had at least reached the level of a Tier 7 medicinal pill. When he arrived beside a row of storage cabinets that were used to store medicinal pills, Xiao Yan looked at the row of jade boxes that were emitting threads of cold air. He could not help but click his tongue in admiration. Even with the strength of his current spiritual strength, he did not have much confidence in refining a Tier 7 medicinal pill. However, there were actually more than 10 of them displayed here. If this number was brought to the outside world, it would definitely cause quite a big commotion. Other than this, Xiao Yan also saw a couple of Tier 6 formation plates. Although their grades were not low and being able to be placed on the third floor of the inner sky pavilion was considered an honor in the eyes of an ordinary person, Xiao Yan could not help but sigh. Compared to medicinal pills, arrayed discs were even rarer on the continent. This was especially the case for high-grade arrayed discs. They could be said to be priceless existences. Ordinary factions would not even be able to lay their eyes on them. It was already quite rare to see a rank 6 arrayed disc in the hidden sky pavilion of the Shao clan. After all, even the Heavenly Cloud Villa, which specialized in arrays, did not have many of them. On top of the 3 black stone platforms, there were 3 semicircular energy barriers that looked like overturned bowls. Under the sturdy energy barriers, there were 3 scrolls of different colors. This was the only special thing about the entire third floor. The 3 scrolls were the Wind God's Fury, the Thunder God's Fury and the Fire God's Fury of the Shao clan. Xiao Yan's gaze was fiery hot as he eyed the crimson scroll with purple lines drawn on it. A smile involuntarily surfaced on his face. The Fire God's Fury, it's you. Xiao Yan was not overly anxious in the face of this scroll that was so close to him. Instead, he gently exhaled and slowly extended his hand. He placed it on the seemingly weak light barrier and exerted a little force with his palm. Immediately, he was able to sense a strong rebounding force surging out, shaking Xiao Yan's hand until it involuntarily trembled. The defensive power is not bad. After roughly measuring the defensive strength of the light shield, Xiao Yan smiled faintly and took half a step back. His right hand clenched into a fist, and as Genesis Qi gathered in his palm, a stream of golden light began to flow around his arm. Ha! His slightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and his raised right fist instantly smashed down. The moment the space in front of him distorted, his fist had already heavily smashed into the light barrier. Clang! With a loud bang, circular ripples rapidly spread from the point of collision like raging waves. The entire light shield trembled violently, but it did not show any signs of breaking. Instead, a strong rebounding force continued to sweep outwards in an attempt to block Xiao Yan's fist. Force elephant art, break! With a roar in his heart, Xiao Yan's right arm suddenly jerked, and a surging force rushed out from his arm, violently attacking the light shield like a volcanic eruption. Boom! In the next instant, the light barrier was blasted apart under the frightening attack of this strength. Only then did the crimson scroll below land in Xiao Yan's eyes. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled, and his arms suddenly jerked. His robes fluttered, and the sound of bones colliding rang out. Only then did he gradually relax. Ever since Xiao Yan entered the Xiao clan, it was only at this moment that he truly fought. The collision between his bones had completely swept away all the fatigue that had accumulated in his body over the past half a month. His entire person had even become much more energetic. Xiao Yan smiled with satisfaction. Only then did he once again look at the scroll on the stone table in front of him. The crimson flowing light wrapped around it, appearing just like a real flame. It appeared that as long as it was slightly supported, it would completely burn. In the next moment, when Xiao Yan extended his hand to grab the scroll, the entire scroll shook violently. A raging flame suddenly rose from it, and it looked as if it wanted to climb onto Xiao Yan's arm, as if it wanted to devour him. It actually has the ability to defend itself. This is really rare. Xiao Yan softly muttered. Immediately, a thought passed through his mind, and the hand that was holding the scroll tightened slightly. In an instant, the flame that surged out from it suddenly disappeared, and the scroll that was originally shaking violently immediately calmed down. Seeing this, Xiao Yan casually kept it into his storage ring. After doing this, Xiao Yan, who should have left, did not stop. Instead, he lifted his foot and once again arrived in front of the stairs, intending to step onto the 4th level of the profound sky pavilion. Buzz! However, just as Xiao Yan was about to step onto the stairs, the originally calm space in front of him instantly condensed into an invisible barrier, blocking his footsteps. Xiao Yan's heart was startled. His footsteps immediately took a few steps back. As his expression changed, his solemn gaze involuntarily swept swiftly over the surrounding space. However, he did not see even half a human figure. Immediately, he cried out in a deep voice. "May I know what elder means by this?" "Humph, brat, don't you know the rules of the profound sky pavilion?" In the empty hall, a hoarse old voice inexplicably sounded. The pressure that it contained immediately landed on Xiao Yan's head, causing the emotions in his heart to become increasingly solemn. Chapter 1402. On the 3rd floor of the profound sky pavilion, after hearing the old man's words, Xiao Yan's heart froze. With regards to the rules of the profound sky pavilion, if it wasn't for Ling Er's explanation earlier, he wouldn't have known at all. However, he didn't expect that the mysterious old man would mention it again at this moment. This caused Xiao Yan to be at a loss. With the astonishing pressure above his head, Xiao Yan was silent for a while before he said with some difficulty, "I'm sorry. This is the first time this junior has entered. No one told me the rules here." "Humph, forget it. Those who don't know can't be blamed. Since it's your first offense, you can leave now." Hearing this, the mysterious old man snorted softly. At the same time, the imposing pressure on Xiao Yan's body also dissipated. However, without waiting for Xiao Yan to make a move, another aged voice sounded again. "Remember, after entering the profound sky pavilion, anyone can only take one thing away. Moreover, they must return it to its original place within 3 months. Otherwise, they will be punished according to the clan rules." After these words were spoken, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly sank. The expression on his face couldn't help but change slightly. Today, he entered the profound sky pavilion not only for the fire god's fury. However, the words of the mysterious old man at this moment had completely destroyed his plans. However, even if he was unwilling in his heart, the rules were like this. At this moment, he could only helplessly accept it. Letting out a long breath, Xiao Yan helplessly curled his lips. He lifted his feet and walked towards the stairs leading to the second floor. The two mysterious old men once again fell into silence. This little fellow seems to be somewhat unwilling. In the top floor of the profound sky pavilion, two old men were sitting cross-legged. Their bodies didn't move at all. Although their old eyes were closed, they knew everything that happened in the pavilion like the back of their hands. At this moment, seeing the unwilling expression on Xiao Yan's face, one of them couldn't help but laugh. Rules are rules. The first elder has already been very tolerant of him. He definitely can't make an exception for him. Compared to the former, the other old man seemed much more rigid. His tone was indifferent, and his voice carried a cold aura that kept people thousands of miles away. The laughing old man seemed to be used to this. He only chuckled and said again. Hee, of course we can't break the rules. However, I also remember that although we can only take away one item, it doesn't include the items cultivated in the profound sky pavilion. What you mean is... The cold old man's closed eyes suddenly opened. He stared at the former with a look of surprise and said in a deep voice, in the past 100 years, only 3 people have managed to do this. The previous person seems to be the ancestor of this little fellow. I remember that not only did he successfully learn the wind god's fury in the hidden sky pavilion, he even took away a scroll. Perhaps, this little fellow might be able to complete the pioneering work of his ancestor. The moment the laughing old man's words were spoken, the latter immediately became silent. His eyes were a little sluggish, as though he was recalling the situation that the former had described. The fellow who was called a cripple by the clan members had left an extremely deep impression in their hearts. As the old man's words faded, the pavilion also returned to silence. At the same time, Xiao Yan was also frowning as he stepped down from the first floor. His slightly sluggish footsteps stepped on the thick floor. Xiao Yan's brows were tightly knitted, and there was a hint of bitterness in his expression. Although the result was clear, he was still somewhat unwilling in his heart. Although he did come to the profound sky pavilion for the fire god's fury, he also hoped to find a way to help Xiao Xian break through the bottleneck here. However, he did not expect the result to be like this. Sigh, letting out a helpless sigh, Xiao Yan raised his head to look at the door that was getting closer and closer. The emotions in his heart grew more and more nervous. Once he opened these 2 doors, it would be very difficult for him to enter this place again. After all, even with the protection of the first elder, he could not repeatedly refute the wishes of the 3 cabinet leaders. He could only hope that a miracle would happen before he raised his hand to open these 2 doors. The tightly shut door of the pavilion was just inches away. Xiao Yan's emotions were also tense to the extreme. Even his breathing had slightly paused at this moment. Some cold sweat involuntarily appeared on his originally calm face. 4 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps, involuntarily counting the steps to the door in his heart, the skin at the corner of Xiao Yan's eyes could not help but twitch. When he reached the last step, Xiao Yan finally slowly exhaled. He raised his slightly trembling hands and placed them on the round and shiny door handle. With his hand tightly holding the door handle, Xiao Yan's emotions calmed down for a moment. Then, he suddenly gritted his teeth and was about to open the door and leave. It was also at this moment that an old voice that caused his movements to instantly stiffen came from the empty hall behind him. Kid, if you really want to take away the other things, it is not impossible. The old voice was like sweet rain that poured into the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart, which was on the verge of collapsing. The next moment, when Xiao Yan turned around, a piercing pain was instantly transmitted from his left eye. Only then did he suddenly realize that cold sweat had unknowingly covered his face. Even the clothes he was wearing were drenched by cold sweat. Senior, please enlighten me. After regaining his senses, Xiao Yan hurriedly bowed towards the depths of the hall. The emotions in his heart also quickly stabilized. He was not a fool. Hearing the meaning in the old man's words, it was obvious that there was something else. Since they were able to make a concession, they would definitely have other requests. Heh, that's easy. As long as you can cultivate the fury of the fire god or the other thing you are looking for to great success within the limited time, you can take one of them and leave the profound sky pavilion. Otherwise, you won't be able to take anything away. The time limit is 3 days. If you succeed in cultivating it within 3 days, you can choose any item within the profound sky pavilion. If you fail, we will forcefully expel you. The former's voice had just sounded when a cold and indifferent old voice quickly sounded. The meaning in his words caused the emotions in Xiao Yan's heart to tighten. Immediately, he felt a pressure assault him. 3 days. If it was merely to cultivate an E-class Do technique into shape, it was very easy. However, if one wanted to grasp its essence and reach great success, this was something that was basically impossible to accomplish. The formation and maturity of everything in this world required a process. Based on the simplicity of things, the length of time required for the process would naturally be greatly different. Although there were impressions left behind by predecessors within a high-class Do technique, allowing one to achieve twice the results with half the effort, comprehending its essence was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Moreover, it was an E-class Do technique. If this action was successful, the benefits would naturally be quite great. However, if it failed, not only would he not be able to find a way to help Xiao Xian break through the bottleneck, he would also lose an extremely powerful trump card, the fury of the fire god. It was indeed difficult to weigh the pros and cons within. Chapter 1403. We won't force you. If you think that you can't do it, you can turn around and leave. You can still obtain the fire god's fury. Just as Xiao Yan was hesitating, the cold old man's voice sounded again. The impatience in his tone was not concealed at all. In the hall on the first floor, Xiao Yan's expression did not change when he heard the old man's words. He merely inhaled a deep breath of air and was quiet in the same spot for a moment. When he once again lifted his gaze, his feet stepped forward and once again walked toward the stairs that led to the second level. The intention in his heart was undoubtedly revealed. If Xiao Jinghong had stopped him outside the House of Hidden Sky Pavilion, it would have been fine. However, since he had entered the House of Hidden Sky Pavilion, he naturally had to find an answer that he was satisfied with. If he left just like that, wouldn't he appear to be a little cowardly? Moreover, one had to have the courage to do and fight. If he did not force himself, how would he know the depth of his ability? Since the Xiao clan dared to set such a rule, there must be a reason behind it. Since it was something that the predecessors could do, it might not be impossible for him to do it. Hee, this brat is quite courageous. That laughing old man within the pavilion involuntarily revealed an expression of praise on his old face when he saw Xiao Yan once again step onto the second level. The other old man, on the other hand, let out a faint cold snort and said, if he doesn't dare, then he can dream of joining our Xiao clan. Hearing this, the old man smiled but did not say anything. The reason why they gave Xiao Yan this opportunity was not only because of his relationship with the first elder, but also because they wanted to use this opportunity to test him. After all, if he did not even have the courage to fight for an item, how could he participate in the clan meeting and enter the Xiao clan? However, judging from the current situation, Xiao Yan's actions had obviously satisfied them. As for whether he could obtain the item he wanted, it would depend on his luck. The pavilion quieted down once again as Xiao Yan slowly stepped onto the third floor. Finally, he stood in front of the stairs leading to the fourth floor of the profound sky pavilion. Xiao Yan involuntarily clenched his teeth tightly as his pitch-black eyes stared straight at the tiny staircase that was just inches away from him. His expression was grave. From his current position, it seemed that he was only one step away from this staircase. However, he clearly understood that it was extremely difficult to truly take this step. One could naturally imagine how difficult it was to train an E-class Do technique to the complete mastery stage within 3 days. This was not only a test of one's strength. At the same time, it was also a verification of one's training talent. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of outstanding talent the person who was able to set such a rule in the inner sky pavilion was. Phew, Xiao Yan let out a long breath. His body sat cross-legged on the ground. After a short silence, he tossed all the distracting thoughts in his heart to the back of his head. After which, he raised his hands, formed the training seal and swiftly entered into his training state. Since time was of the essence, he needed to be in peak condition for the upcoming cultivation process. He needed to master the fire god's fury to the complete mastery stage within 3 days. He could not afford to fail during this process. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the churning and gathering Genesis chi in his body calmed down, a faint warmth was transmitted from his limbs and bones. Only then did Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes slowly open. At this moment, his entire body had once again returned to its peak condition. Xiao Yan twisted his body slightly and sensed the surging tide-like energy within his body. He did not stand up. Instead, he rotated his wrist and took out a crimson scroll from his storage ring. It was the fire god's fury. A trace of nervousness and excitement involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's heart as he looked at the scroll in his hand. He had witnessed the great power of this item since the first day he entered the Xiao clan. It was finally time for him to train. Xiao Yan carefully unrolled the scroll in his hand and carefully studied all the information on it. Thoughts rapidly spun in his mind as a wave of information slowly flowed across his heart. After carefully studying the cultivation method of the fire god's fury for a long time, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. The fire god's fury was indeed worthy of being called one of the 3 fire god's fury of the Xiao clan. It was much more difficult to master compared to ordinary intent class Do skills. At the very least, the heart-shattering palm that Xiao Yan practiced could not be compared to the fire god's fury. It requires the great Tao of fire as the foundation to form the fire god's fury. Xiao Yan frowned. Although his cultivation attribute was fire, the great Tao he comprehended was the great Tao of void. In a fundamental sense, it did not meet the requirements needed to practice the fire god's fury. Although everyone could comprehend more than one great Tao, it was clearly impossible for him to reach the same level as Xiao Xian in his current situation. Sigh, Xiao Yan sighed softly and helplessly shook his head. Now that things had developed to such a stage, he no longer had the time to comprehend the great way of fire. He could only rely on the heavenly flame within his body to give it a try. He had spent quite a lot of effort in order to arrive at this place. If he were to be forced back because of this reason, he would really let down the First Elder's kind intentions. After throwing away the emotions in his heart, Xiao Yan's mind gradually calmed down. A moment later, he once again poured his mind into the scroll in front of him. As Xiao Yan's mind poured into the scroll, a complete set of cultivation methods was formed in his mind. An illusory figure formed a seal in his mind as an ethereal force gathered. It was the fire god's fury. At the same time, Xiao Yan closed his eyes again and lifted his hands involuntarily. His mind followed the movements of the illusory figure, slowly changing the seals in his palms. The Genesis chi in the vortex in his body also began to circulate. At the same time that the thin fog around the illusionary figure agglomerated into numerous curtains, a purple-colored flame on the surface of Xiao Yan's body immediately spat out from a countless number of pores. It swiftly agglomerated and covered Xiao Yan's body. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Yan did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. From the maneuvering of his Genesis chi to the agglomeration of the heavenly flame, everything seemed to proceed smoothly without the slightest mistake. Even some of the unavoidable bottlenecks described in the scroll were naturally passed. What's going on? Xiao Yan was dumbfounded as he examined everything that was happening to his body. He couldn't believe it. The cultivation of the fire god's fury was a little too easy. This point was something that Xiao Yan did not know. Naturally, other people would not have thought of it either. Although practicing the fury of the fire god required the way of the fire god as a foundation, fundamentally speaking, the way of the fire god was a derivative of the strength of a heavenly flame. Compared to an ordinary person, Xiao Yan, who possessed a heavenly flame, was far superior to others regardless of whether it was his understanding or control of the flame. It was only natural that he would succeed in practicing the fury of the fire god. At a certain moment, when the enormous illusionary image behind the illusionary figure was formed in Xiao Yan's mind, an enormous image that was agglomerated from a purple-colored flame was slowly being formed behind Xiao Yan in the third level of the inner sky pavilion. Buzz! The moment the fire god took shape, an invisible blazing pressure abruptly spread out, covering every corner of the third floor. A domineering aura seemed to soar into the sky, as though it wanted to overturn the inner sky pavilion. At the same time, the two elders sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed in the pavilion abruptly opened their eyes. Their turbid eyes were filled with shock.